Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. A doctor pronounced a young sailor dead at 3:16 a.m. A week later, that same dead sailor grabbed him by the throat in the middle of a cemetery. That's not an urban legend. That's not a campfire story. That's what went into the official notes after a quiet, rational hospital doctor walked out into the dark and never came back the same. Picture this. You're working nights at a small hospital on the edge of a coastal town. It's the dead part of the shift, 3 in the morning. The waiting room TV is on mute. The vending machine hums louder than the patients. The overhead lights buzz just a little too bright for how tired you are. Then the automatic doors sigh open, and 2 cops push in a stretcher. On it is a guy in his 20s, cheap sneakers, shipping company t-shirt, skin pale and still. He smells like salt water and spilled beer. He doesn't move. He doesn't breathe. The doctor on call walks over. He's done this 100 times. Calm, professional, stethoscope to the chest, fingers pressed against the neck. No pulse, no chest rise, no response to light, flatline. He checks again and again, because that's what good doctors do, especially when the body on the table looks too young to be a corpse. Finally, he exhales, looks at the clock, and says the words that end a lifetime of death. 03:16 a.m. Just like that, the sailor stops being a person and becomes a problem to solve. Paperwork, storage, a cheap wooden coffin ordered for an unclaimed body, a grave waiting at the public cemetery behind the hospital. By sunrise, the kid is zip-tagged and rolled into the cold metal of the morgue. By afternoon, 4 half-drunk gravediggers are carrying his coffin between crooked headstones, joking about graveyard shifts as the July heat bakes the dirt under their boots. And that's when things go wrong. The men stop, look at each other, because the box in their hands just moved. At first, it's subtle as shudder under their palms, like wood settling. Then stronger. A violent shaking like something inside is slamming both fists against the lid. Then they hear it. A sound no one who works with the dead ever wants to hear. A low, desperate moaning, coming from inside a nailed-shut coffin. They drop it. One of them swears he hears muffled screaming as the box hits the ground. They do the only thing they can think to do. They run back to the hospital, burst through the doors, and tell the doctor, "Doc, the coffin is shaking. He's not dead. We heard him." Now, if you're that doctor, what do? You remember how cold the body felt. You remember the flat line on the monitor. You remember the time you called, your signature on the form. You also remember where you found those gravediggers hunched over a bar at O'Malley's already drinking at noon. So you roll your eyes. You blame it on the beer. You send a cop to check the coffin to calm everyone down. By the time the officer gets there, the box is quiet. No shaking, no sound, just rough wood and fresh nails. The officer shrugs, orders them to bury it. They do. 6 feet of dirt come down on top of that box. The grave is filled. The men go home, and the doctor goes on with his life, until the following week, when he takes his usual evening walk through the cemetery to clear his head. The sky is dark. The street lights buzz. The hospital glows behind the trees. And up ahead, between the headstones, he sees someone standing very, very still. A young man, cheap sneakers, shipping company t-shirt, the same face he zipped into a body bag 7 days ago, the same man he pronounced dead at 3:16 a.m. The sailor steps out from behind a tree, locks eyes with him, and starts walking straight toward him. Fast. If you think this is just a ghost story, it isn't. What happened next doesn't belong in any textbook. It doesn't fit in the official report. But it's what finally pushed a rational, science-driven doctor over the edge. And it started with one simple mistake, calling a living man dead and burying him anyway. Tonight, I'm going to tell you exactly what happens when you talk to the dead and they decide to answer back. My name doesn't really matter. If you've ever worked nights in a small hospital, you already know me anyway. I'm the one in scrubs with coffee on my badge, walking too fast down 2 bright hallways at hours when normal people are asleep. I'm the one with a pen behind my ear, numbers in my head, and a permanent half headache from cheap fluorescent lights. I work nights at Bayview Memorial Hospital, a squat brick box on the edge of a coastal town in South Carolina you've probably never heard of, unless you got arrested there on spring break. If you stood in the parking lot and threw a rock hard enough, it would land in the marsh. If you walked a mile down Route 17, you'd hit the water. And if you step outside our ambulance bay at 3 in the morning and look past the chain link fence, you'd see something most hospitals don't have: rows and rows of gravestones. Bayview was built right next to the old city cemetery. I clock in at 6:45 p.m. every shift. The time clock sits in a narrow alcove off the main lobby. It smells like disinfectant and burnt coffee there, like somebody tried to scrub a gas station. The screen glows a tired blue. I swipe my badge, and the machine gives a cheerful little beep that never matches how I actually feel. The lobby always looks the same, no matter what the weather is doing outside. Beige vinyl chairs, a fake plant gathering dust in the corner, a TV bolted to the wall, playing some news channel on mute, with captions that lag behind. The vending machine hums in the corner, lights flickering behind rows of chips and candy no one wants, but everyone buys. Overhead, the fluorescent lights buzz, low, constant, like a nest of angry neon insects. They're bright enough to make everything feel slightly unreal. The automatic front doors breathe open and shut, with a soft hiss whenever someone walks by, letting in the smell of hot asphalt and ocean salt, and sometimes cigarette smoke from the staff that gather outside. If you stand there long enough, eyes half closed, you start to hear the building itself. The AC rattles in the walls, coughing cold air through vents that never shut off. Somewhere near the back, the ice machine dumps another load into its bin with a hollow clunk that echoes down the tiled hallway. In the pharmacy, the refrigerator compressor clicks on and off with a sharp little startle of sound, like someone flicking their tongue. In the distance, an ambulance siren wails and then fades as it pulls off the highway onto our road. The overhead PA system crackles out of nowhere with that cheap intercom static. Then the operator's calm voice says, "Code blue drill, ICU," like we're practicing for the worst things that can happen. We practice for death, more than we practice for anything else. This is all normal to me. It's the soundtrack of my life. Back then, it didn't feel haunted. It was just work. If you walk past the elevators and keep going, the hallway turns, and a side door with a faded exit sign over it leads to the staff smoking area. I don't smoke, but I step out there on my breaks sometimes because the air inside the hospital starts to feel processed after a while. Too cold, too clean, too recycled. Like you're breathing the same 12 people over and over. Outside, the air is heavy and wet. In summer, the heat slaps you in the face even after midnight. The concrete is cracked, and weeds push up through it like the earth is taking the place back grain by grain. Straight ahead is the back of the hospital blank brick, a couple of barred windows, a security camera with a red light that's always on. To the right is the parking lot, sodium orange streetlights casting long shadows between the cars. To the left, beyond a sagging strip of chain link fence, the ground drops off into the cemetery. You can see it perfectly from there, like somebody framed the view on purpose. Close to the fence are the older stones, leaning and cracked, their names and dates half erased by weather. Farther back, newer polished granite markers catch the streetlight in dull reflections. On foggy nights, the low mist from the marsh rolls up and over the graves, turning the whole field into a blank gray sea with stone teeth poking up. The first time I saw it at 2 a.m, lit by nothing but those orange lamps and the glow from our own windows, I remember thinking, this is a bad idea. Putting a hospital here, living bodies on one side, whatever's left on the other, a thin fence between. But you get used to anything. People can sleep through train tracks, gunshots their own bad decisions. I got used to smoking breaks, where you can read names, and beloved father on headstones while balancing a styrofoam cup of coffee in your hand. The routine night horrors help too. They anchor you. Our usual nights at Bayview are ugly, but they make sense. We get drunks from the bar on Main who tried to fight the wrong person and lost. We get overdoses shaking and vomiting under the harsh lights while their friends sit in the waiting room, pretending they didn't know what was in the pills. We get the highway calls, single car rollover, multiple injuries, and the ambulance bay doors slam open for a flurry of shouting, beeping, blood-broken glass. You learn to speak in percentages and protocols. You measure horror in units of stable guarded critical. You put it in boxes: triage, diagnosis, treatment, discharge, death. There are forms for everything, codes for everything. You chart them, you code them, you close the file. And if it fits in a file, you can live with it. What I'm about to tell you didn't fit anywhere. The first time I remember noticing Dr. Lewis Allard, he was standing under one of those buzzing lights with a white coat over his dress shirt and a coffee stain on his tie. He wasn't old, not really. Late 40s maybe, with a little gray at his temples and those permanent tired lines at the corners of his eyes that you only get from never sleeping enough. He wore crisp shirts, polished shoes, and an expression like he was always halfway between concern and calculation. You could see him doing math behind his eyes, working odds, weighing risks. He wasn't one of those arrogant TV doctors. He was quiet, precise. If he was angry, his voice just got softer. When family members cried or shouted, he didn't lecture them. He just stood there with his hands carefully folded and let them get it out. Nurses liked him because he listened. Patients liked him because he didn't talk down to them. Administration liked him because his charts were immaculate and his mortality numbers respectable. He was a science-only guy, the kind who rolled his eyes at ghost stories in the break room, who corrected myths about full moons and weird nights with statistics. Correlation is not causation, he'd say, and sip his coffee. And yet Lewis also had one habit that didn't quite fit the rational image. After most of his shifts, especially the long ones, he'd change out of his coat, loosen his tie, grab his keys, and walk straight out that side door toward the cemetery. Walk helps me clear my head, he told me once when he caught me watching him. Laps around the parking lot don't cut it. Could walk literally anywhere else, I said. There's a beach 5 minutes away. He smiled, a small, lopsided thing. The people out there are quieter. Everyone thought it was weird, but also very Lewis. The rational man walking among the dead, counting steps and breaths instead of ghosts. None of us thought about it beyond a joke or two. Not until later. There were little things looking back that probably should have bothered me more than they did. Like how the security cameras facing the cemetery side of the building would sometimes glitch at night. The screens behind the nurses' station would show static rolling in bands whenever the wind picked up. Every now and then, frozen in that snowstorm of pixels, you'd swear you saw a darker shape standing just beyond the fence. Blink, and it was gone. It blamed cheap hardware. We blamed boredom. Or the night I was restocking supplies near the morgue and heard a faint knocking from the other side of the cooler door. 3 soft taps. Pause. 3 more. I remember standing there with a box of saline flushes in my arms, listening, my heart suddenly in my throat for absolutely no good reason. The cooler was supposed to be empty. We hadn't had a death that shift. Then the ice machine, down the hall, dumped a load with a loud crash, and my nerves jumped, and when the noise faded, the knocking was gone. I told myself it was pipes, or expansion, or the compressor kicking on. I shrugged it off. That's what you do here. You shrug a lot of things off. Back then, I just thought we worked in a stressful place beside a creepy yard. I thought the worst thing this job could do was keep me up at night replaying codes we lost and arguments with family members. I didn't know yet that both the hospital and the cemetery were about to be involved in killing a man who didn't deserve it. And I definitely didn't know I'd one day be sitting in a small, windowless room with tape recorder on the table, a detective across from me asking in a steady, patient voice, "Did he say anything to you about the sailor before he died?" People always assume you have to be a little broken to choose nights on purpose. They're not completely wrong. I didn't start on nights. I got rotated there because I was new and single and didn't have kids. "You'll be fine," the charge nurse said, like she was assigning me to try a different flavor of coffee instead of flipping my entire life upside down. At first, I told myself I'd only do it for a year. Night differential, fewer bosses, hovering calmer vibe. Save some money, pay off loans, get out. That was 8 years ago. It's amazing how quickly temporary becomes the way things are. My life now is built around a very small loop. I sleep in a 1-bedroom apartment over a closed-down nail salon a few miles from the hospital. The building is old enough that every step creaks and the pipes bang in the walls when someone showers at the wrong time. The window in my bedroom faces the parking lot of a 24-hour convenience store. Their sign buzzes and flickers all night, throwing sickly blue light through my blinds. My neighbors think I'm a ghost because they never see me in daylight. When I wake up, the sun's already starting to slide down behind the line of pines at the back of the lot. I make coffee that always tastes faintly like whatever was in the mug last week. I scroll my phone longer than I should. Eyes gritty, brain foggy, and then I drag myself into scrubs that smell like detergent and faint bleach no matter how many times I wash them. The drive to Bayview is muscle memory now. Same route, same lights, same potholes in the same places. I take Route 17, past the strip malls and chain restaurants. Then the world thins out into marsh and low trees. On rainy evenings, the pavement shines black and slick, reflecting the red brake lights in front of me. The air through the cracked window is heavy with the smell of wet asphalt and swamp and salt from the river. Sometimes, when the wind's right, I swear I can smell the ocean, even though it's miles away. There's a spot on the road just before you see the hospital where the land dips and the air feels colder for no reason. At night, my headlights catch the white crosses of a little roadside memorial. In the grass, names spray painted on wood, plastic flowers, bleached by the sun. People say you stop noticing those things after a while. I haven't. Maybe that's why I'm telling you this at all. Inside the hospital, my world shrinks even further. Nights strip everything down to essentials. No administrators in heels clicking up and down the halls. No volunteer ladies pushing book carts. No visitors roaming in packs with balloons and coffee cups not after 11. What's left is us. The security guard at the front desk, Doug, who pretends to read the newspaper, but is really watching the cops on the scanner app on his phone. He always nods when I walk in, says evening, like it's a normal time to be awake. The respiratory therapist, Mia, who lives on energy drinks and sour candy hair in a messy bun, eyes ringed with exhausted black eyeliner. She has a laugh that's way too loud for 2 a.m. and a way of showing up just when you need someone to tell you. Yeah, that breath pattern is weird. I don't like it either. The janitor, Mr. Hall, who buffs the floors on med-surg at 2 a.m. while listening to old rock on tinny earbuds. His floor machine whirs and squeaks, leaving shiny lanes behind it. He moves like he's been here forever, because he has. The med-surg floor at night is a different planet from daytime. Room doors cracked open just enough to show a strip of dim TV light. Most of the patients are asleep or pretending to be. TVs on mute flicker blue and white over sleeping faces. Somewhere down the hall, a man snores so loudly it sounds like a broken motor. An IV pump beeps for attention, shrill and demanding, until someone silences it with a practiced thumb on the keypad. You learn the rhythms, the 11 p.m. pain meds, the midnight blood sugars, the witching hour of 3 a.m. when confused older patients decide to take out their lines and go for strolls, alarms blaring. The 5 a.m. blood draws the chorus of groans when the phlebotomists roll their card in. Between those landmarks, there are weirdly long stretches where nothing happens except the sound of your own shoes on the floor and the hush of air through vents. Those stretches are where your mind goes to places it shouldn't. Lewis fit into that rhythm like he'd been designed for it. We weren't best friends, not in the way people imagine when they hear I'm telling this story. But we were aligned. Night people. Quiet people. People who liked the building best when it emptied out, and the fluorescent buzz was the loudest thing for miles. We had our habits. On slower nights, he'd drift into the break room around 2 a.m., like a ghost in a white coat. The break room is a narrow, windowless box with stained ceiling tiles and a perpetually sticky table. The microwave smells like a combination of popcorn and chicken soup, and something someone burned 2 months ago and never owned up to. The coffee machine spits out a substance that legally counts as coffee if you squint. I'd be there with my charting laptop and a cup of whatever came out of that machine, and he'd refill his mug and lean against the counter with his tie loosened. We traded stories in that coded way medical people do. Not names or details, just impressions. Had a guy tonight who swore the devil was sitting on his chest, I'd say, and he'd roll his eyes and reply, "Sounds like a panic attack and too much meth." Sometimes our humor got dark. It has to. If you don't laugh at the ridiculous ways people hurt themselves, you start crying instead. He'd joke about administration's latest policy about how they want better patient satisfaction scores, but cut staff. About the absurdity of making life and death decisions based on metrics. In between the sarcasm, though, there were lines he'd drop that hit deeper. We live or die on small decisions, he said, once staring at the swirl of coffee in his cup instead of me. Everybody thinks it's the big stuff that kills you. The car crash, the heart attack, the cancer diagnosis. But it's usually something tiny. One lab you didn't order. One question you didn't ask. One bad judgment call at 3 a.m. and it follows you forever. I remember that line because he said it with this strange, faraway look, as if he was talking about a mistake he hadn't made yet, but already felt guilty for. At the time, I just nodded and said, "No pressure, Doc," and tried to laugh it off. If I had known where that one sentence would lead us, I think I would have made him explain what he meant. You need to understand the cemetery, too. During the day, it almost looks peaceful. Trees casting shade over older stones. The occasional visitor in a folding chair next to a grave, talking to someone under the ground. Cars humming past on the road that cuts between Bayview and the city graveyard, drivers barely glancing at either. At night, it's something else. From certain windows on the second floor, like the end of the Med-Surg hallway, you can look straight down over the back parking lot, over the sagging chain-link fence into the cemetery's first few rows. The ground is uneven, patched with grass and bare dirt. The older stones tilt at drunken angles, their carved words softened by rain and time. A few angels have lost noses or hands. Some of the newer markers are shiny black granite rectangular and sharp tiny LED candles flickering at their bases. The road that separates us is just 2 worn lanes of cracked asphalt, but at night it feels like a border between worlds. On our side, glass metal light movement monitors machines. On theirs, stone, dirt quiet. Names and dates and nothing else. When the wind comes in from the water, it whines low through the bare branches and rattles the old fence. Sometimes it makes this thin keening sound that sets your teeth on edge. Cars on Route 17 pass in the distance, tires hissing on wet pavement. One late break, sometime after 1 a.m, I stepped outside to get air. It was one of those damp winter nights when the cold goes straight through your scrub top. I stood there hugging my arms, watching my breath, fog white in the security light. The hospital behind me hummed. The cemetery in front of me lay in that heavy, expectant silence you only get in wide open spaces at night. That was when I heard it. A faint scratching or shuffling from beyond the fence. Not the wind, not the metallic clatter of loose chain link. Something else. It sounded like feet dragging through dry leaves, or fingers brushing against stone. I told myself it was a raccoon, big as a dog, rooting around between the graves. We get them in the dumpster sometimes. Possums too, pale faces flashing when the lid slams. The streetlight nearest the fence flickered, buzzing louder for a heartbeat, then dimmed. In that momentary shift of light, I thought I saw someone standing between the nearest 2 stones. A tall shape darker than the dark around it head turned toward me. Too far to make out a face, but close enough that my stomach dropped. I blinked, and the light steadied, and the space between the stones was empty. Nothing moved in the cemetery. No raccoon, no possum, no tall still figure watching me from the other side of the fence. I stood there a little too long, listening to my own pulse pound in my ears, then laughed under my breath. Eye strain, I told myself. Too much charting, too much caffeine, not enough sleep. I went back inside. The door hissed shut behind me. The smell of bleach and dry air swallowed me back up. You can only believe your eyes for so long in a place like this. Sooner or later, you choose what to ignore. I'm not superstitious. I don't throw salt over my shoulder. I don't avoid black cats. I don't think the full moon makes people legitimately crazier than any other night. I've seen too many things that have boring, ugly explanations. But I will say this: hospitals and graveyards are places where clocks and calendars feel optional. People leave, people arrive, and sometimes it feels like something doesn't quite leave all the way. Maybe it hangs around in wires, in ductwork, in the spaces between beds. Maybe it stands outside a chain link fence, just out of the light. Maybe it only exists in the heads of people who've been awake too many nights in a row. Or maybe it just waits for someone to make a mistake big enough to invite it in. If you went out to that cemetery today and walked every row, you wouldn't find the name Lewis Allard on any stone. His family buried him out of town, far from Bayview, far from the place that broke him. That's how I know that when I see him out there, now flickering on the edge of a camera feed or standing for half a second in a dark window's reflection, watching me whatever I'm looking at, it isn't his body. The night before the sailor came in was the last time I remember thinking, even for a second, that things at Bayview were normal. It was a humid July night, the kind where the air feels like a damp cloth pressed over your mouth. The kind that makes the whole building sweat. Outside, the sky over the marsh was still holding on to a faint smear of orange at 8:30 p.m. But inside, it was the same pale hospital light world as always. By 11:30 p.m., the ER was busy in that predictable, manageable way that makes you feel almost competent. We had the usual cast. Bayview has a bar on Main Street that acts like a second triage station. Most late nights, someone from there ends up with us. That night, it was a guy in his 30s who had slipped on spilled beer, gone down hard, and caught the edge of a bar stool on his chin. He came in still half-laughing blood on his t-shirt smelling like whiskey and fryer oil, insisting he'd be fine if we just super-glued it. We had him in a curtained bay, sitting on the edge of the bed legs, swinging, cracking jokes, while I irrigated the cut. Every time he laughed, the wound gaped a little more red and glistening under the harsh exam light. I held gauze against his chin and told him if he'd shut up for 5 seconds, maybe the doctor could fix him faster. In the next room, over a kid who couldn't have been more than 8, lay in a tiny splint, cast his arm, resting carefully on a pillow. He'd fallen off a backyard trampoline, and his mother hovered at his bedside eyes, puffy from crying hands, twisting her purse strap. Wooden dinosaur toys from the waiting room lay abandoned on the blanket near his knees. His cartoon was muted on the TV closed captions, scrolling nonsense slowly across the bottom of the screen. Down the hall, in one of the monitored rooms, we had an elderly woman with chest pain that had started during her nightly Jeopardy rerun. Her gray hair was flattened on one side from the pillow blood pressure cuff on her arm, oxygen cannula in her nose. The heart monitor traced green lines across the screen in jittery hills, beeping at regular intervals. Her husband sat in the visitor chair, hands folded, staring at the screen like he could will it to stay normal. Busy but ordinary. The kind of mix that fills beds without breaking you. If there was anything wrong with that night, it hid in the spaces between those familiar scenes. In the way the building sounded. The overhead PA had been acting up all evening. Normally, before an announcement, we get a crisp little tone, a soft ding followed by the operator's voice. That night, every announcement began with a fuzz of static, like someone rubbing the microphone against their sleeve, followed by a crackle that made you think the system might die mid-sentence. Dr. Patel, to radiology, the ceiling would say, after a burst of noise. Environmental services, ER triage. Each time it happened, everyone flinched just a little. Not enough to be obvious. Just a twitch. The worst was the intercom speaker at the nurses' station. We use it to page overhead or answer calls from the operator when they come through. It's a beige plastic box mounted too high on the wall next to the whiteboard wires, disappearing into a metal conduit. Around midnight, as I stood at the station entering orders, it let out a noise that didn't belong in any hospital. I hit enter on a lab request, for the chest pain lady leaned back and was about to take a sip of cold coffee when the speaker above my head emitted a sudden piercing squeal. It was the kind of feedback you hear when somebody puts a mic too close to a PA, but sharper. It knifed down through the bones of my skull, made my teeth ache. For just a second, under the electronic screech, there was something that didn't sound mechanical at all. Something that sounded like a scream. I actually ducked, hand on my chest, and the ER tech at the desk winced, pressing her palms over her ears. What the she started, but then the sound cut off. Silence spilled in behind it too fast. We all looked up at the speaker as if it might be smoking or hanging by a wire, but it just stared back blank and beige and harmless. Old building, the tech muttered, shaking it off. They keep patching the PA instead of replacing it. One of these days, it's gonna fry somebody's brain. We laughed a forced brittle sound and went back to what we were doing. But my heart didn't settle right away. It had that weird skittery rhythm you get after someone jumps out at you in the dark and then says, "Just kidding." If you work nights long enough, you learn to file that feeling under later. There's always a patient who needs something right now. The mini scare of the night came in triage around 1. We got a walk-in, a middle-aged man from one of the shelters downtown, brought in by a patrol car. The triage nurse flagged me because he'd been seen a dozen times before for a rotating list of complaints, voices bugs under the skin being followed. He sat hunched in the plastic chair, hands gripping the armrests so tight his knuckles were white. His clothes smelled like sweat and damp cardboard. His hair was stuck to his forehead in strings. I knelt to take his vitals, the automatic cuff whirring around his arm. His eyes were fixed on the floor tiles, following some pattern only he could see. "They keep moving them," he whispered suddenly. Moving what I asked, glancing up at the triage nurse over my shoulder. "The doors," he said. "The doors down there." He jerked his head toward the direction of the cemetery, even though he couldn't see it from where he was sitting. His voice had that flat, eerie certainty the very sick sometimes have. Ground's too full. People keep clawing back up, so they're moving the doors. The hairs on my arms prickled. The triage nurse rolled her eyes subtly where he couldn't see. "We'll get you a room in a bit, okay? Just sit tight," she mouthed. Same as last time at me as I took the cuff off. On my way to log him into the system, one of the younger techs asked what he'd said. When I repeated the line about the ground being too full, she made a mock shiver. "Ooh, creepy," she said. "You should write that one down. Use it at Halloween." We all laughed the kind of laugh you do when something brushes a nerve you don't want to acknowledge. I entered him as psychiatric evaluation hallucinations and moved on. That's how it works. Someone says something that feels like a nail on a chalkboard inside your head, and you sand it down with jokes until it's smooth enough to touch. Lewis came through triage about 20 minutes later, rubbing his eyes. He'd been bouncing between the chest pain lady, the drunk with the chin laceration, and a middle-aged woman who had decided midnight on a Tuesday was the right time to come in for a mole that might be cancer. You could see the fatigue in the angle of his shoulders, the way his tie was loosened just a little too far. "Long night?" I asked, handing him a chart to sign. He gave a tired half smile. "Aren't they all?" Up close, you could see the faint tremor in his hand as he scribbled his name. The whites of his eyes were threaded with red. "Trouble sleeping?" I pressed, partly as a nurse, partly as the only person who knew he'd taken to walking the cemetery more than usual lately. He shrugged. "My brain hasn't quite gotten the memo that I'm allowed to shut down. Too many cases piling up in the queue." He handed the chart back, then added in that dry tone he used when he was half joking, half dead serious. "You know, if I ever screw up bad enough, I think I'd rather just disappear than face the board." "Don't say that." I said automatically, because that's what you say. "You're the last person who'd ever." He cut me off with a look. Not sharp. Just tired. Everybody thinks that until it's their signature on the wrong line. He walked away before I could answer, headed for the consult room white coat, swaying around his knees. If there was a warning in that conversation, I missed it completely. Around 3 in the morning, the ER finally exhaled. The drunk at the bar got his chin glued, and a tetanus shot, and a lecture he'd forget by sunrise. The kid with the broken arm got pain meds and a cartoon sticker for being brave. The chest pain lady got moved upstairs to a monitored bed for observation. The psych patient from triage curled up on his stretcher and muttered himself to sleep. The lights in the hallways dimmed by a fraction. The floor machine's low hum floated up from the next corridor as Mr. Hall did his nightly pilgrimage. I sat at the nurse's station, catching up on charting. The PA had finally shut up. The intercom was blessedly silent. My coffee had gone cold and developed that thin, oily film on top. Lewis disappeared into his office, a small windowless room off the main ER, with a computer, a sagging brown chair, and a coffee maker that somehow produced something worse than the break room machine. I knew he'd be in there, door half closed, tying up notes, reviewing labs, winding himself tighter instead of down. At some point, I had to run a form down to the basement, one of those leftover paper requisitions that never made it into the electronic system. The fastest route took me past the morgue. The hallway down there always feels a couple of degrees colder, no matter what the thermostat says. The walls are closer together, the linoleum more scuffed. The lights have a slightly different color, leaning toward green. As I walked past the heavy stainless steel door of the cooler, I heard it a weird low thump from inside. Not the ongoing hum of the refrigeration unit, not the rattle of pipes. A single solid shift of weight, like a box tipping and landing. I stopped. The form in my hand suddenly felt too light. I listened. Silence. The soft buzz of the overhead light. The faint hiss of distant air conditioning. I told myself it was the compressor cycling, or Mr. Hall's floor machine bumping a door down the corridor, or the metal contracting as the temperature changed. People who work in hospitals hear things all the time. If you chased every noise, you'd never do anything else. I dropped the form in the appropriate bin, turned, and walked back upstairs, shoving the sound into the same mental drawer as the flickering light outside and the triage patients mutter about crowded ground. Nothing about that night felt special or memorable or cursed. It was just another humid July shift, the same as 100 before it. The first real sign that something had gone wrong was a cheap pair of sneakers and a stretcher rolling through the sliding ER doors the following morning. At 3:02 a.m., the automatic doors sighed open and let the night in. I remember the exact time because I just glanced at the digital clock above the nurse's station. It flipped from 3:01 to 3:02 in that dull red glow, and a second later, the doors at the end of the bay whispered apart, like the building had taken a breath. Outside, the world had gone that strange, colorless gray it gets right before dawn, when the sky can't decide if it's still night or not. The parking lot lights threw pale cones across empty spaces and the silhouette of the chain-link fence. Beyond that, the cemetery waited in its usual patient dark. Inside, everything felt too bright in comparison. The ER had fallen into that thin, fragile quiet that comes after a rush. The drunk with the glued chin was asleep on his gurney, snoring softly, chin bandage crooked. The kid with the broken arm lay curled on his side upstairs, now woozy, on pain meds. The chest pain lady was tucked into a monitored bed, her husband snoring in the visitor chair. Monitors beeped in slow, steady rhythms. The floor machine's hum had faded to the next unit. Somewhere, an IV pump chimed for attention. And then the doors opened, and the night shoved back in. 2 city cops pushed a gurney over the threshold hard enough that the wheels rattled on the metal track, then clattered on tile. The sound tore straight through the thin layer of calm, like a fork through foil. One officer had his shoulder shoved against the head of the stretcher pushing. The other steered from the foot, one hand on the bar, the other holding a radio that spat static and half words in a fuzzy male voice. Copy. En route. Signal. His walkie buzzed again with that indistinct insect chatter of dispatch. Hey, we got one. The lead officer called out breathless, as if there was a chance we hadn't noticed the spectacle of them crashing into our empty waiting room with a body. I straightened from the desk, the chair wheels squeaking as I stepped away. We need a room, he added, eyes wide but not panicked. Cops see a lot. The fact that he wasn't panicking should have been reassuring. At the time, it was. I grabbed an open bay near the trauma room and swung the curtain aside. The fluorescent light over that bed flicked on with a loud pop, bathing the gurney in a hard, sterile glow as they rolled in. That's when I saw him. Mid-20s, maybe. Hard to tell, with his face slack and his eyes half-lidded like someone who'd fallen asleep mid-sentence. His skin was sun-reddened under the fluorescent white freckled across the nose and cheeks. Blonde stubble shadowed his jaw. He wore a faded blue t-shirt with a shipping company logo on the front, the kind you get for free when you sign on with a crew. A plastic bar wristband clung to his left wrist, bright neon, with the name of one of the front street bars we see entirely too often. His jeans were worn at the knees. Cheap canvas sneakers hung off the edge of the stretcher laces, dirty soles scarred from work. There was a faint smell that came off him when we transferred him to our bed, ocean salt stale beer sweat. Underneath it, something else thinner and colder and hard to name. Unresponsive male 20-something, the officer at the head said, reading off a scribbled note. Friends from the marina found him this morning on the couch in their rental. They said they'd all been out on Front Street last night. Thought he'd just passed out. But he was cold, they couldn't wake him, so they threw him in the truck. The officer at the foot snorted softly at his own words, like he knew how bad that sounded. Threw him, I repeated more out of habit than suspicion. Put him in, he corrected. Sorry. They carried him out. They're out there. He jerked his head toward the doors. Glancing past them, I saw 3 shapes just inside the sliding entrance. Young men in damp hoodies and ball caps, faces pale and stunned, huddled together in the no man's land between the waiting room chairs and the door. One of them was twisting his bar wristband around and around until his fingers were white. Another kept scrubbing his hands over his face like he was trying to erase what he'd seen when they shook their friend and he didn't move. I turned back to the patient. The chief complaint in my mind had already written itself in that automatic script, found unresponsive. Possible intoxication, possible overdose, unknown downtime. That's the thing about this job. Your brain starts filling in forms before you've even touched the body. On my count, I said more to myself than to the cops. 1, 2, 3. We slid him from the stretcher to our bed. His arm flopped dully heavy and unresisting. I reached for the oxygen monitor, slipped the clip onto his finger, out of habit. The machine blinked. Thought about it, then showed me nothing but a flat dash where numbers should be. No surprise. I did the basic checks without thinking. 2 fingers against his carotid, pressing gently into the side of his neck. Nothing. No throb under skin. I tried his radial pulse thumb, brushing over the tendon at the wrist, searching for any sign of resistance. Still nothing. Up close, his lips were slightly parted pale. There was the faintest crust of dried moisture at the corner of his mouth. When I opened one eyelid to check pupil reaction, his eyes stared glassily past me, pupil wide and slow, as if it had all the time in the world. There was no flicker when my pen light touched it. Vitals, I called. Nothing yet, the tech said, hooking him up to the monitor lead snapping against his bare chest with little plastic clicks. The machine chirped to life, then settled into a stubborn unbroken line, a flat bar of green light crawling slow across the screen. No peaks, no waves, just 0. No rhythm to read, no heart to argue with. Lewis appeared at the curtain like he'd been conjured. He always moved like that, quiet sudden, as if he ghosted down the hall while no one was looking. His white coat was unbuttoned, his tie slightly askew, dark circles under his eyes, darker than usual. He had a styrofoam coffee cup in one hand. He set it down on the counter without looking as he stepped to the bedside. "What have we got?" he asked, voice clipped professional. "Found unresponsive on a couch," I said, running through the bullet points. "Male, mid-20s. Heavy drinking last night on front. Friends say he was cold and wouldn't wake up this morning. Unknown how long he was out. No obvious trauma. No pulse on arrival." He nodded, once eyes already on the patient. He listened with his stethoscope, pressing the diaphragm against the left side of the young man's chest, then the right. We all went quieter, as if we could hear what he heard. Nothing. He moved up fingers, finding the carotid, pressing a little harder than I had then, down to the wrist. His face didn't change, but the lines at his mouth deepened. He checked pupil response himself, pen light flicking on, then off. No reaction, no complaint from the body, just that slack, almost bored expression. "Any meds, allergies?" he asked, even though we both knew those were academic now. "Friends don't know," I said. "No list. No ID yet, just a first name. We're working on getting more." The monitor continued its slow, calm lie, a single unbroken line, the machine emitting a soft metronomic beep to mark each passing second of nothing at all. In the movies, this is where someone shouts and jumps and shocks the patient back to life. In real life, there's a moment where everyone in the room just knows. Lewis straightened, took a breath, and glanced at the clock on the wall. Time of death, he said, voice low but clear. 0316. The words seemed to hang there for a second heavier than they should have been. We hear them enough. They ought to blend in with all the other phrases that fill our nights. For some reason, that one didn't. I reached forward and hit the button to silence the monitor. The soft beeping stopped mid-tone. The flat line continued to crawl across the dark screen in silence, like the machine was still trying to do its job, even after we'd told it to stand down. One of the officers shifted his weight, the rubber sole of his boot squeaking on tile. The radio at his shoulder hissed, "Unit 7, do you copy?" And he reached up automatically to thumb it off. The young men at the door had edged closer without realizing it. One of them had both hands pressed over his mouth. Another was crying silently, shoulders shaking. "Do you want to talk to them?" I asked Lewis, keeping my voice low so it didn't carry. He hesitated just for a heartbeat, like the question had come from far away, and he had to translate it. Then he nodded. "I'll talk to them," he said. "You can start the rest. The rest is everything that comes after a life is officially over." I printed the labels. I filled in the fields in the EHR system, male approximately 25. Found unresponsive. No resuscitation attempted due to signs of prolonged downtime on arrival, as assessed by physician. My fingers clacked over the keys. The sound seemed too loud in the quiet bay. Each keystroke a tiny hammer striking. Under time of death, I typed 0316. Under pronounced by, I typed his full name, Lewis Allard, MD. The letters looked solid on the screen. Final. We moved with that particular efficiency that comes when there's no more work you can do for the person on the bed. The tech unhooked the leads, leaving faint red circles on the sailor's skin where the adhesive had been. I reached for the body tag, peeled the backing off the sticker, and bent to attach it to his ankle. That was when I felt it. Just a little thing, a detail that should have meant nothing. His skin, under my gloved fingers, didn't feel as cold as it should have. Not warm, not alive, but not the deep, settled chill of someone who's been gone for hours either. There was a trace of leftover heat there sunk down in the muscle, a sort of room temperature neutrality that didn't match the story his friends had told about finding him cold that morning. I told myself it was just the time lag. Maybe they'd panicked, loaded him up, driven straight here, and the hours in between had been less than they thought. People are bad at tracking time in a crisis. It didn't mean anything. Still, as I wrapped the tag around his ankle and smoothed it into place, the tiny wrongness of it sat in the back of my mind like a pebble in a shoe. We unrolled the body bag from the shelf and spread it open on the bed, a thick black plastic shroud with a zipper that runs from head to toe. There is nothing elegant about it. It crinkles when you touch it loud in the quiet bay. "Ready?" I asked the tech. "Yeah," she said, her voice as neutral as mine. We'd both done this too many times. We lifted him together, guiding his arms and tucking his head, centering his weight. As I slid my hand under his forearm to position it along his side, I felt it a tiny, almost imperceptible twitch under the skin. Just a little jump of muscle, like the ones you get in your eyelid when you're stressed and tired. My hand froze for half a second. Then I told myself exactly what you're probably thinking, post-mortem reflex. Nerves firing off their last random signals. Bodies do that sometimes. My brain reached for that explanation like a drowning person reaching for a rope. "Something wrong?" the tech asked, noticing my pause. "No," I said too quickly. "All good." We zipped the bag closed, the metal teeth closing with a sound that reminded me horribly of sealing something up that might still want to move. I didn't mention the twitch to Lewis. I didn't mention the warmth. I added the completed tag number to my chart, checked the boxes, and told myself that this was just another unresponsive drunk who'd gone too far too fast. It was easier to believe that than to admit that for a second under my hand. It hadn't felt like he was entirely gone. People think death is the end of the story, but in a hospital, it's really just the start of a whole different checklist. Once the monitor is turned off, and the family has been told, or in this case, the friends have slid down the wall in the hallway with their hands over their faces, there's a protocol we follow that's as rigid and unyielding as the boards under the mattress. You call the time. You sign the form. You call the funeral home. We have a contract with a small place on the edge of town that handles what they politely call county cases. The people who don't have local family, don't have money, don't have arrangements. The woman who usually answers their nightline sounds like she's been tired since the 70s. Bayview Memorial. I said into the phone, the receiver warm against my ear. We've got a young male, approximate age 25. No known next of kin in the area. Appears to be an out-of-town worker from the marina. Time of death. Southry, 16. She sighed. The sound, a little hiss of static in my ear. We'll send someone over as soon as we can. You need a coffin, or you got one? We'll need one, I said. Public cemetery burial, I think. Right, she replied. We'll bring a box. She said it like we were talking about moving old files, not a person. I hung up and stared at the handset for a second before setting it back in its cradle. By the time the funeral home guys arrived a little before dawn, smelling like cigarettes and coffee, and the cold outside the body was packed and ready. We'd done the last small things, straightened his shirt, closed, his eyes, smoothed his hair. It's funny how we try to tidy up for death, like it's a house guest that might judge us. They rolled a gurney of their own down the ER corridor. I could tell the difference in sound without looking. Their wheels are always just slightly more squeaky, like they haven't oiled them in years. We transferred the bagged sailor from our bed to theirs, an awkward practiced ballet. The black plastic crinkled loudly as he shifted. I'll take him down, I told the orderly who'd been half dozing at the desk. You can stay and handle the board. He didn't argue. No one fights you for morgue duty. So I walked alongside as the funeral home guys pushed the gurney toward the elevator that leads to the basement. The wheels rattled over the threshold strip and then hummed on the smoother tile beyond. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered once, then steadied that imperceptible drop in brightness, like the building had blinked. At the elevator, I hit the call button and waited, listening to the soft, arrhythmic click of the gurney wheels turning as the men shifted their grip. When the doors opened, the small space inside smelled faintly of metal and cleaning solution, and something older, deeper, that never quite washes out. We tilted the stretcher in, maneuvering the metal frame carefully so nothing bumped. As the front wheels crossed the gap into the car, there was a soft, solid thud, the kind of sound you get when you roll something heavy over a seam in the floor. It made the fluorescent panel in the ceiling vibrate for a second. Basement level in Bayview is a different world. The air feels colder even when the thermostat insists it's the same. The hallways are narrower, painted a slightly different shade of institutional beige, with fewer windows and more doors with keypads. The smell of disinfectant is stronger, riding under everything else, like an invisible chemical tide. Our morgue is smaller than you'd think for a hospital that size. Just one main room, with metal coolers lining one wall, a stainless steel table in the middle, and a rolling scale pushed into a corner. The overhead fluorescent tube has the faintest flicker, like it's thinking about going out, but never quite commits. When we pushed the gurney through the double doors, the cool air licked at my cheeks. The funeral home men moved automatically, angling the stretcher toward an empty cooler drawer. Their boots made dull thuds on the linoleum. The black bag on the gurney looked wrong in the light down there, like the shadows around it were heavier than everywhere else in the room. I unclipped the toe end of the bag just long enough to verify the tag, one final time his name, the temporary ID number, date, time of death. The letters looked too crisp on the white plastic loop. "Okay," I said quietly, more to myself than to them. We slid him onto the cooler tray, the metal groaning under his weight. When the drawer closed, there was a soft metallic boom as it sealed into place, echoing faintly in the cold air. "That it?" one of the men asked, already turning toward the door. "For now," I said. On the far wall, propped against a stack of cardboard boxes, was the cheap coffin the funeral home had delivered earlier that week for another case. It looked like the ones they always bring for county burials. Flimsy wood, unfinished, no handles, no satin lining, no decoration. Just a plain rectangular box with faint grain and knots, the kind of thing you'd expect to see in the back of a hardware store, not as someone's final bed. I knew they'd bring another, just like it, for the sailor. It's part of the contract: minimal cost, minimal effort, just enough to keep the health department happy. Lewis didn't come down to the morgue. Attending physicians rarely do, unless there's an autopsy or an identification needed. He did, however, stand at the nurse's station later that morning and sign the last of the paperwork with a pen that clicked too loud. "These out-of-towners are the worst," he said quietly, more to the form than to me. "No family here to say goodbye, just numbers and signatures." There was something bitter in his voice I hadn't heard before. Not anger exactly, a tired resentment at how cleanly the system erases people who don't fit neatly in it. In the break room, an hour or so later, I passed by the open door and heard his voice again, this time on the phone. I paused in the hall, half hidden by the doorframe. He was talking to the city office, arranging a public cemetery plot. "Yes, county burial." No next of kin on record yet," he said, pinching the bridge of his nose between thumb and forefinger. "Yes, he can go in the north section. Whatever's open." The overhead speaker in the break room played a late-night radio station quietly, the sound tinny and a little fuzzy, like it was coming from a long way away. Some local DJ with a too-cheery voice moved into a song that didn't match the mood at all, something upbeat and forgettable about summer and beaches. Lewis listened to the person on the other end nodding, even though they couldn't see him. "Yes," he said finally. "Thank you." He hung up and stared at the phone for a long second, then let his hand drop to the table with a dull little smack. When he looked up and saw me in the doorway, he managed a small, exhausted smile. "All taken care of," he said. "He'll be in the ground by tonight." The phrase made my stomach turn, even though that's what's supposed to happen. That's what everyone says. Laid to rest, put in the ground, final resting place. It's only when you've heard a cooler door close on someone whose skin didn't feel quite cold enough that those phrases start to sound less like comfort and more like a lid sliding shut. That afternoon, as my shift crawled toward day, I saw the cemetery workers arrive. They came through the staff entrance off the loading dock, reflective vests catching the sunlight, boots caked in dry dirt, big hands, sunburned necks, caps pulled low. Men who worked outside, who knew the soil around Bayview better than any of us, one shovel at a time. They signed the release papers at the small metal table by the back door pens, clumsy in fingers, used to gripping handles and steering wheel rims instead of clipboards. One of them, a bald guy with a cigarette tucked behind his ear, made a joke as he signed. "Graveyard shift," he said, with a thin grin, jerking his head toward the dock. Literally. The others chuckled. I forced a smile I didn't feel. The words hit wrong, landing too close to something I couldn't name. I watched from just inside as they maneuvered the coffin plane, unfinished wood, exactly like the one I'd seen in the morgue, onto a rolling cart, and eased it down the ramp from the loading dock. The wood creaked under its own weight, a dry, complaining sound. For a brief second, as the edge bumped over the threshold and the box tilted, I thought I heard something from inside. Not a knock, not a shout. Just a muffled exhale like a sigh pressed through cloth. I froze, breath catching. Then a truck on the road beside the hospital downshifted with a loud roar, engine brakes, rattling, drowning everything out. By the time the noise faded, the coffin was on the dolly, the men were wheeling it toward the waiting hearse, and whatever sound I thought I'd heard was gone. Old wood, I told myself. Weight settling, air shifting. I went back inside, back to the glow of the computer screen and the stack of charts waiting for me. For reasons I couldn't explain, even then, I pulled up the sailor's electronic record one more time. Maybe it was habit. Maybe it was that faint wrongness that hadn't left since I'd taped the tag to his ankle. I scrolled back through the notes triage, my vital signs, Lewis's exam time of death disposition. Then, I looked at the EMS report, the section where the paramedics had entered their initial assessment from the scene. Under pulse, there was a line that made my stomach drop in a way no gurney bump ever had. Weak, irregular pulse on scene. Recheck needed. The words were there, but they looked wrong. The text was faint, half grayed out, like someone had started to delete or overwrite it and stopped halfway. The cursor hovered just above it for a second, blinking. I clicked into the field, but the system wouldn't let me see the previous versions. The update log showed a change about an hour after the call came in, but the username was truncated a couple of letters and numbers that could have belonged to half the staff. I sat there, staring at that half-erased note, listening to the building hum around me, the distant PA crackle, the murmur of voices at the front desk, the AC shuddering to life overhead. Maybe it was a typo. Maybe the paramedic had felt something that wasn't there and corrected it later. Maybe the system glitched. Maybe. I told myself it didn't matter. The doctor had checked. The monitor had read flat. The bag was zipped. The coffin was loaded. The grave was waiting. But for the first time, looking at that faint line on the screen, I had the ugly thought that would come back to me over and over again. Later, usually around 3 in the morning, when the building went quiet and the cemetery outside seemed to lean closer to our walls. What if when we decided he was gone, he wasn't? By mid-afternoon, the ER had that strange, sleepy feel. It gets between crises. The harshness of night had burned off. Day shift had taken over most of the load, but I was still there riding out the tail end of my hours. The waiting room was half empty, a teenager scrolling on his phone with an ankle brace from some sports injury, a woman flipping through a months-old magazine, a man in work boots staring blankly at the muted TV. over his head. The TV was tuned to one of those daytime talk shows where people yell about paternity tests and cheating spouses, but with the sound off and captions trailing a few seconds behind the mouths, it looked like a badly dubbed horror film. Bright colors, fake smiles, the occasional burst of overacted shock. All of it happening behind glass on the other side of the doors. In the ER bay, things had slowed. A couple of minor cases, nothing pressing. The monitors beeped at polite intervals instead of frantically. Phones rang now, and then at the nurses' station, tinny and distant, like they were calling from another wing of the world. I was halfway through entering orders for a patient with a nasty case of food poisoning when someone started pounding on the security door. Not knocking, pounding. Flat palms or fists hitting metal in a rapid, desperate rhythm that made the thin hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The door in question was at the side entrance where EMS and staff usually swipe in. It's controlled by a buzzer we activate from the desk when someone without a badge needs access. The sound carried down the hallway like a heartbeat out of tempo. I jumped up, my chair wheels squeaking, and hurried over to the panel. When I hit the release button, the harsh buzz of the door unlocking crackled through the speaker, louder and more aggressive than usual, like the building itself was protesting. The door swung inward, and 4 men stumbled into the cool air of the ER. I recognized them even before I saw the reflective vests and the dirt dried on their boots. Cemetery crew. The same 4 who'd signed for the sailor's body by the loading dock a few hours earlier. Only now, they didn't look like men on a routine job. They were pale in a way that had nothing to do with fluorescent lighting. Dust clung to their clothes in patches like they'd been moving more than just dirt. One guy's jeans were smeared with damp earth up to the knees. Another had a smear of mud on his cheek, like a careless handprint. The bald one, the same man who joked about the graveyard shift, led the way. His vest was crooked one side, hanging lower than the other. Sweat shone on his scalp, catching the light. His hand shook as he wiped it across his face, leaving a streak of mud along his temple. "Can I help you?" I started, but my voice sounded smaller than I meant it to. "We need the doctor," the bald man said, looking past me, eyes scanning the bay, like he expected something to jump out from behind a curtain. His voice came out hoarse, scraped raw, like he'd been yelling. "Which doctor?" I asked, though I knew the answer before he gave it. "The one who sent us," he said. "Allard. Dr. Allard. We need him now." Something in his tone made the tiny muscles at the base of my skull tighten. I paged Lewis overhead the intercom, crackling to life with a softer buzz this time. "Dr. Allard to the ER nurses station, please." "Dr. Allard." He appeared quicker than I expected, striding down the hall with a chart in his hand, white coat, open ID badge swinging. His face was drawn, the shadow of the long night still under his eyes, but his voice was steady when he spoke. "What's going on?" he asked, looking from me to the men. The bald gravedigger took off his cap and crushed it between his hands like he needed something to ring. "We were out at the site," he began, words tumbling over each other. "We were carrying the box, his box, over to the hole. Same as always, same as you told us. But when we got halfway there, it started moving." Lewis frowned, a doctor's frown, the kind that means he's already sorting information into piles, likely, unlikely, impossible. "Moving how?" he asked. "Shaking," the man said. Like something inside was trying to get out. The whole damn coffin started jumping in our hands. I thought I was losing it. but the other guys felt it too. The three men behind him nodded eyes wide. One of them crossed himself without seeming to realize he'd done it. And then we heard it another one, said, voice cracking. Like somebody inside, moaning, maybe talking. We couldn't make out the words, but it was... He broke off, swallowed hard. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't nothing. It was inside. As he spoke, I caught the faint smell of alcohol on his breath, stale and sour, sunk into his clothes. Day drinking. Not uncommon for men who spend their lives putting people into the ground. If it had been just the smell, I would have written them off. But their eyes, there was something too raw in there to be just the product of a few beers. The bald one looked straight at Lewis. In that moment, the bravado he'd had at the loading dock was gone. Doc, he said, and the word came out more plea than title. You sure he's dead? Because I swear to God something's alive in that box. The ER seemed to hold its breath. The phone still rang, but the sound felt like it was coming through water. Someone rolled a cart down the hallway, the wheels squeaking like distant birds. The overhead AC kicked on with a low whoosh, blowing cold air down from vents above us. It slid under my collar and raised goosebumps along my arms. I watched Lewis's face as he listened. For a moment, just a moment, something uncertain flickered in his eyes. A tiny crack in his practiced calm. His gaze darted to me, then back to them. I checked him, he said finally, each word measured, multiple times. No pulse, no respiration. Fixed, dilated pupils. The monitor read a flat line. There were signs of prolonged downtime. He meets all criteria for death. He hit the last word with a little extra force, like he wanted to make sure it landed. The bald gravedigger shook his head. I'm telling you, we felt that box move. We all heard it. You can ask them. We ain't making this up. Lewis's eyes slid to me again, searching my face for something support maybe. Confirmation. My mind flashed back unbidden to the feel of the sailor's forearm under my hand as we'd shifted him into the bag. That tiny traitorous twitch. The not quite cold warmth of his skin when I'd taped the tag around his ankle. For a second, my throat went dry. Then his earlier words came back. Fixed pupils. No breathing flat line. The clear, unambiguous facts. The ones we cling to when the rest feels too slippery to hold. I nodded. It was a small gesture, but it felt heavier than it should have. He was gone, I said. We both checked. The bald man stared at me like he was trying to decide whether I was lying or just blind. Behind him, one of the others shifted his weight from foot to foot boots, leaving faint smears of dirt on our clean floor. Lewis straightened his shoulders. The crack in his demeanor smoothed over, leaving the usual calm, slightly distant professional face. Look, he said a shade more sharply, I appreciate you coming back, but bodies can move a little after death. Muscles twitch, air escapes, coffins creak. It doesn't mean there's someone alive in there. You've all been working in the sun and... His gaze flicked briefly toward the faint sheen of sweat and the smell on their breath. And you've all had a few, I'm guessing. The men bristled, but none of them denied it. If you're that worried, Lewis continued, go back, get a police officer, and have them inspect the coffin. They can open it if they think they need to. Once they confirm everything is as it should be, please do your job and bury him. Do your job. It was the kind of line you hear in 100 workplaces a day. Here in hindsight, it sounded like a sentence. The bald man's jaw tightened. For a second, I thought he might say something ugly. Instead, he stuffed his cap back on his head and nodded once curt. fine," he said. "We'll get a cop. But if that boy comes walking up out of that dirt..." He let the sentence hang there unfinished, but heavy. They turned and filed out, boots thudding, leaving little crescents of dried earth on the tile. The security door buzzed again as they pushed through it, then slammed shut behind them with a hollow clang. For a moment after they were gone, the ER felt emptier than it had all day. "Do you think it's even remotely possible?" I asked, keeping my voice low so it wouldn't carry to the waiting room where the talk show hosts were pretending to be shocked by something they'd rehearsed. Lewis didn't let me finish. "No," he snapped sharper than I was used to. Then, as if realizing he'd barked at the wrong person, he softened his tone, but not the content. "No. Physically, medically, it's not possible. No pulse, no breathing, fixed pupils, prolonged downtime. There is no scenario where someone in that state is just fine now." What they felt was a combination of nerves, wood settling, and alcohol. He said alcohol like it was a diagnosis and a dismissal in one. Before I could respond, the fire alarm system decided to test itself. Without any warning, no pre-recorded message, no advance notice, a single shrill tone blared through the ceiling speakers. Just one sustained beat, high and piercing, that drilled straight through the quiet and into the center of my skull. It was over in less than a second, but it left a ring in my ears like the echo of a scream. Everybody in sight jumped. I flinched. The tech at the desk swore under her breath. A patient in a nearby bay called out, "What was that?" And Lewis jerked like he'd been hit. His hand flew up to his chest, fingers pressing into the fabric of his shirt over his heart. His face went the color of old paper for half a beat before he caught himself and forced a shaky breath. "System test," the charge nurse called out, even though she hadn't known it was coming either. "They're probably just..." She waved a hand toward the ceiling in a vague gesture that was supposed to mean maintenance. The light over the nurse's station flickered once, then steadied. Lewis dropped his hand from his chest. When our eyes met, there was something there I didn't have a word for yet. An edge, a hairline crack, a question he wasn't ready to ask. He cleared his throat. "I have notes to finish." He said more to the air than to me, and turned away, retreating down the hall toward his office. I watched him go, my gaze drifting past him for a second to the small square of window at the far end of the corridor. Through it, over the parking lot and the chain-link fence, I could just make out the faint line of headstones in the old city cemetery. They looked smaller from here, almost like teeth pressed into the earth. By the time the officer got to the cemetery, the coffin was quiet. By the time the sun went down, so was Lewis. The next time I saw the sailor's coffin, mentioned out loud, it was in the most ordinary way possible, in the middle of a lull under fluorescent lights that made everything look flat and harmless. It was late afternoon, turning into evening, that strange non-time when day shift and night shift overlap, and the building feels crowded and empty at the same time. The waiting room had thinned out again. A game show flickered on the TV with the volume low, contestants grinning too wide while they guessed at letters. The light outside the automatic doors had gone from harsh white to a softer gold shadows stretching across the parking lot toward the cemetery. I was at the nurse's station, updating meds on a couple of charts, when a uniformed officer leaned an elbow on the counter. He was still wearing his sunglasses, pushed up on his head, even though the sun was almost gone. His radio crackled quietly at his shoulder, murmuring codes I didn't understand. "Looking for Dr. Allard," he said. He around? He should be, I replied, glancing down the hall. You hear about the grave diggers? The corner of his mouth twitched. News travels fast. Lewis appeared a moment later, as if the mention of his name had pulled him out of whatever chart he was buried in. He stepped up beside me at the station, white coat open, stethoscope looped around his neck. From the front, he looked the same as always, composed, a little tired, nothing remarkable. From this close, I could see a faint tremor in the hand holding his pen, the smallest vibration in his fingers when he rested them against the edge of the counter. "Officer," he said with a polite nod. "You went out to the cemetery." The cop shifted his weight, the leather of his belt creaking softly. "Yeah. They grabbed me off Main, said the coffin was shaking and making noises." He gave a quick, dismissive huff. "I went out there, watched it for a good 15 minutes. No movement, no sounds. Wood solid. Nails are in. I told them to stop wasting my time and put the kid in the ground. He said the kid like it was just a descriptor, not a person. I felt something twist in my chest anyway." "Nothing strange out there?" Lewis asked. His tone was neutral, but I heard something too careful under it. "Nothing but 4 spooked guys and a hole in the dirt," the officer said. "Well, 3. One of them refused to carry the box again, stood there smoking like the world was ending." He shrugged. "Probably hit the flask at lunch. You know how it is." "Bodies shift," Lewis said almost to himself. "Coffins creak. Grief makes people hear things. Alcohol doesn't help." The officer nodded along like he'd heard it all before. "They got it in the ground. I stuck around until they filled it. Case closed as far as I'm concerned." He tapped the counter with 2 fingers. "Just thought I'd let you know so you can tell your guys they did their due diligence." "Thank you," Lewis said. "I appreciate you checking." The officer pushed off the counter, gave us both a quick nod, and walked back toward the doors. His radio hissed again as he went his boots thudding softly on the tile. I watched him leave, then looked at Lewis. His face had gone slightly paler during the conversation, but he'd hidden it well. He shifted the pen between his fingers. Click, 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 and then forced it still. "You heard him?" he said, without looking at me. "No movement, no noise. It's done, right?" I said. The word tasted dry. For the next couple of hours, he moved through the ER with what looked on the surface like business as usual. He checked labs, wrote orders, explained things to families in his calm, measured voice. If you didn't already know him, you wouldn't have noticed anything off. But I'd spent too many nights watching him drink bad coffee and joke grimly about tiny mistakes. When he signed charts, his hand shook just enough that his usually sharp signature wavered at the edges. When he washed his hands at the sink, I saw him glance down at his own fingers like they belonged to someone else. Around 8:30, the day shift finally thinned enough. That night really felt like night again. The lights in the non-essential hallways dimmed a notch. The TV in the waiting room shifted from game shows to late-night reruns and commercials for medication no one can afford. Outside, the sun slipped fully away, leaving only the sodium orange glow of the parking lot lamps and the darker smear of the cemetery beyond. Lewis finished up with his last patient of the evening, a diabetic man with a stubborn foot ulcer, and then drifted back to the nurse's station. Coat unbuttoned, tie slightly loosened. "You off soon?" I asked, closing a chart and stretching my neck. "Yeah," he said. He rubbed a hand over his face thumb, pressing briefly into the corner of one eye. "Just a couple more notes, then I'm done. You going home or?" I let the question hang. I knew his habits by now. He hesitated, then gave the smallest of rueful smiles. I thought I'd take a walk first, clear my head. His eyes flicked toward the side corridor where the exit door to the staff lot and the path toward the cemetery waited. I tried to make my voice light, like this was just our usual dark humor, nothing more. "Don't let the sailor jump out at you," I said. He gave a tight smile that didn't reach his eyes. "If he does, I'll ask him to sign off on my charting," he said. "Maybe he can help me with the backlog." We both laughed, because not laughing would have meant admitting we were thinking about the same black plastic bag and cheap wooden box and the 4 men who swore it had moved. He walked down the hall toward his office, shoulders a little stiffer than usual. I watched him go until he turned the corner, then turned back to the station, trying to lose myself in the familiar clutter, clipboards, half-empty coffee cups, pens that had long since given up writing and stuck around out of habit. Time crawled and then jumped. By the time the big analog clock over the ER doors ticked toward 9:07 p.m., the floor had settled into its nighttime rhythm. A patient slept in each bay, or pretended to. The overhead PA stayed mercifully quiet at speaker like a small watching eye over the desk. From my seat at the station, I had a clear line of sight to the bank of security monitors mounted on the wall. They showed their usual mosaic of angles: ambulance bay, front entrance, main hallway side door. The image quality was never great. Slightly grainy, washed-out colors, a timestamp in white digits at the bottom of each feed. One of the cameras nearest my line of sight was the one pointing at the side staff door. You could see the door itself, the strip of pavement outside the first few yards of the parking lot. And beyond that, if you looked carefully, a sliver of the chain-link fence that separated us from the cemetery. Past the fence, just the bare suggestion of darker shapes in the dark headstones, bushes, shadows. At 9:07, I heard the faint click of the side door latching. It was subtle, just a soft metal tap carried down the hallway, followed by the tiniest shift in the air pressure that you only really notice after years of living inside a sealed building. The draft pushed the smell of disinfectant and coffee past my face in a barely there wave. I glanced at the monitor. The door on the screen opened, and there he was, a small figure in a white coat, underexposed by the cheap camera head, slightly bowed shoulders hunched. Lewis stepped out into the rectangle of light spilling from the doorway, then let the door swing shut behind him. He paused for a second, his outline caught between brightness and dark. And then he walked out of the frame toward the left, toward the gap in the fence and the narrow path that led along the edge of the cemetery. After that, the camera showed nothing but the closed door and the empty piece of pavement. The timestamp kept counting up second by second, oblivious. I got up to do rounds. In one room, a woman with a migraine lay with a damp cloth over her eyes, the TV above her bed, playing a late-night infomercial with the sound almost all the way down. A man with an unnaturally bright smile gestured at a blender that promised to fix your entire life if you ordered in the next 10 minutes. The words scrolling at the bottom of the screen might as well have been another language. In another room, I adjusted a nasal cannula for an older man wheezing softly in his sleep. His monitor beeped in leisurely time, oxygen saturation numbers glowing in green. His bedside lamp cast a small, warm pool of light against the dark hallway beyond. I refilled the supply closet, the cardboard of glove boxes rasping against each other as I stacked them on shelves. The overhead light in there flickered, once a brief hard blink, then steadied as if nothing had happened. All the while, part of my mind kept drifting sideways, out past the walls, imagining him. I pictured Lewis walking along the narrow access road that ran behind the hospital, the gravel crunching under his shoes. I imagined the air out there, cooler now, touched with the earthy smell of damp grass and turned soil. The buzzing halo around each streetlight insects, drifting lazily through the glow like tiny ghosts. The cemetery would be darker, the spaces between stones deep and heavy. The occasional swoosh of a car on Route 17 would cut through tires, whispering on pavement, a brief wash of headlights sweeping across the fence and over the tops of the graves before disappearing. I knew his usual path by then. Down the back lot, through the gap in the fence, maintenance never quite got around to fixing along the first row of stones. Then a loop around the older section, where the ground dips and the names have worn almost smooth. He'd said once that he liked reading the dates, doing the math in his head, thinking about all the lives that had started and ended before he ever existed. I wondered if he was doing that now, or if he was thinking about one specific grave that was still fresh, the dirt not yet settled. When I came back to the nurse's station, the monitors were still there, humming their silent vigil. The timestamp on the side door feed now read 9:14 p.m. The door was still closed. The strip of pavement was empty. I sat down the chair's hydraulic cylinder, sighing a little. I rubbed my eyes, then looked back up at the screen. For a fraction of a second, I wasn't alone in that image. Behind the faint line of the fence and the strip of darkness that represented the edge of the cemetery, there was another shape, taller than the fence line, narrower than a car too straight to be a bush. A darker darkness among the dark, standing perfectly still, exactly where the camera's view cut off into black. It didn't move. It didn't sway like a tree branch. It was just there watching or facing or something. My heart gave a sharp, stupid little kick. I blinked hard because that's what you do when your brain glitches. When my eyes refocused on the screen, the shape was gone. The fence was just a gray line again. Behind it, nothing but pixelated shadow. I stared at the monitor long enough that one of the other nurses glanced up. "Camera keeps auto-adjusting," she said more to herself than to me. "It was supposed to fix the glare last week." "Right," I said. "Just the camera." I told myself that was all it was, a grainy lens, trying to make sense of a low-light scene, a trick of contrast, a random patch of pixels aligning wrong for a moment. It was easier to believe that than to admit that for a heartbeat, I'd had the unmistakable sense that something out there beyond the fence had been standing still and waiting for someone to walk by. This part never made it into any chart, any incident report, any official note with a timestamp and a checkbox. What I'm about to tell you is what Lewis swore he saw that night sitting across from me, with his coffee growing cold and his hands still faintly shaking. I can't tell you what actually happened out there among the stones. I can only tell you what he remembered and what I later saw on his skin. He told me he started his walk like he always did, cutting through the gap in the fence behind the staff lot, shoes crunching on the gravel path that ran along the first row of graves. The air had cooled, but not enough to be comfortable. It was that heavy, damp kind of night where the smell of turned earth and cut grass hangs low, mixed with the faint salt from the marsh and the ghost of exhaust from Route 17. The streetlights along the road buzzed and hummed, each wrapped in a halo of flying insects, throwing uneven orange circles across the stones. He drifted toward the newer section of the cemetery first. That's where the ground is a little smoother, the markers more uniform. rectangular slabs of polished granite with sharp edges, names etched deep in clean dates still crisp. He said he walked down the row and did what he always did. Read names and times like math problems. 1992, 2018, 1957, 2020, 38 years, 63, too young, too soon. He told me it helped somehow to think of them as numbers, like cases to be solved instead of people. The only sounds at first were the tiny things, the soft rustle of leaves from the line of scrubby trees at the back, the faint hiss of tires on the highway far beyond the fence, the gentle drone of the streetlights. No voices, no laughter drifting up from the bars on Front Street. No sirens, just him and the stones and the crunch of gravel under each step. He said he'd almost managed to talk himself down. The grave diggers, the note in the chart, the nagging thought he wouldn't say out loud, he'd folded all of it up and tucked it away behind the usual rational explanations. Bodies move, nerves misfire. People hear what they're afraid of hearing. He repeated those lines in his head as he walked like a mantra. He reached the corner where the newer stones gave way to older, more uneven markers, the ones that tilt the ones you have to squint at to read. He turned, following the bend in the gravel path as it curved around a cluster of thin trees whose roots had started to buckle the ground. That was when he saw the figure. At first, it was just a darker shape, half hidden behind the trunk of an oak. A piece of shadow that didn't match the angle of the rest. Lewis said his first thought wasn't ghosts, or sailors, or anything supernatural. It was security. We'd had occasional patrols come through since the city complained about kids drinking in the cemetery, or maybe it was a mourner staying late, somebody who didn't want to say goodbye in daylight. He slowed, squinting through the patchwork of light and dark. The shape shifted, stepped out from behind the tree. Young man, faded t-shirt, that same short sun-bleached haircut. Lewis said his brain tried to throw every rational label it could at that image in the half second before the rest of him caught up. Coincidence, resemblance, a trick of light, someone who just dresses like. Then the figure moved fully into the wash of the nearest street lamp, and all the words died. The shirt was wrong in exactly the right way. The logo on the front, the blue faded to almost gray, the little tear near the hem, the jeans stained at the knee, the cheap canvas sneakers, the plastic bar wristband clinging to his wrist, the same curve of the jaw, the same line of the nose. It wasn't just that he looked like the sailor. It was that he looked exactly like the sailor, down to the way his hair stuck up at the back, like someone had run their fingers through it one too many times. Lewis told me the silence hit him next. 1 second, there was the hum of insects, the far-off whisper of traffic, the buzz of lights. The next, it was like someone had hit mute on the world. The air went thick and heavy. Even the bugs seemed to disappear, the halo around the street lamps suddenly empty. All he could hear was his own breathing loud and ragged in his ears, and the faint grind of gravel as his shoes shifted. The figure just stood there staring at him. He didn't blink, Lewis told me later. Or if he did, I didn't see it. He just fixed on me, like he'd been waiting for me to turn that corner. Like I was late. Then slowly at first, the young man started walking toward him. Crunch, crunch. Each step on the gravel was too clear, two sharp punching holes in the thick quiet. Lewis said he felt something hot prick between his shoulder blades. That instinct, older than language, that says you are being watched. You are being followed. He told himself to breathe, to turn away, to walk, not run. He pivoted, trying to make it casual, like he'd decided his walk was over, like he had somewhere else to be. His feet carried him down the path, back the way he'd come, strides measured, controlled. But that feeling in his back didn't fade. It intensified. Dashed lines of heat ran from his neck to his tailbone, as if someone had drawn a target there with a finger. He could hear the footsteps behind him now. Crunch, crunch. The same rhythm as his butt, off by half a beat. Too close. He quickened his pace, but not enough to break into a run. Doctors don't run unless someone is crashing. That's the rule. Running means panic, and panic gets people killed. He repeated that mantra in his head, even as every animal part of him screamed, "Run." His mouth had gone dry. He said the taste in it was metallic, like he'd bitten his tongue. He glanced back over his shoulder. The figure was closer now. Much closer than it should have been for the few steps Lewis had taken. The distance between them had collapsed. The young man's walk had turned into a near run, that jolting, unhesitating forward drive of someone who has decided exactly what they're going to do when they reach you. His arms pumped, his chest heaved, his t-shirt flapped slightly against his ribs. His mouth was open in what looked for one horrifying second like a soundless scream. Then the sound hit. Lewis described it as feedback from a microphone turned up too loud, but with something human threaded through it. A high tearing shriek that seemed to come from everywhere at once air-ground inside his own head. It vibrated in his teeth, hammered against the bones around his ears, made his vision stutter. He said it felt like the scream went into him, not around him. He stumbled the world narrowing to noise and motion, and the raw animal knowledge that something had decided he was prey. He didn't remember falling exactly just the sudden up-over of his center of gravity and the brutal impact of the ground. His back hit first, then his head, the blow ringing his skull like a bell. For a second, he saw nothing but a burst of white light, like someone had photographed the inside of his brain with a flash. He landed between two grave shoulders wedged in the narrow strip of grass, one heel skidding up against the corner of a granite marker. The stone was cold and unyielding against his ankle. Then there were hands on his throat. "He was on me before I could even get my hands up," Lewis said, fingers unconsciously rising to his neck as he told it. It was like he fell with me, like he'd been aiming for this exact spot. The weight slammed down across his chest, driving the air out of his lungs in a hard, ugly grunt. Fingers clamped around his throat, thumbs digging into the soft spots beside his windpipe with a precision that made my stomach twist when I heard it. He knew where to press, Lewis whispered when he told me, like he'd spent his whole life watching other people's hands do it. Fingernails scraped his skin as the grip tightened. They weren't claws, not long enough to break the flesh cleanly, but blunt edges dragged hard enough to leave fire lines. The world funneled down to the sound of his own heartbeat pounding in his ears, too loud, too fast, and the wet, desperate noise of him trying to drag air past the pressure on his neck. No gore, no broken bones protruding, no cinematic sprays of blood. Just the slow, terrifying crush of his airway, closing the way. The sky above him seemed to shrink and darken at the edges. He said he forced his eyes open, even as spots of light danced in his vision. He didn't want the last thing he saw to be the back of his own eyelids. The face above him was the sailor's. Not pale and slack, the way it had been under the ER lights, but flushed and contorted with fury. The eyes were wide bloodshot pupils blown huge and dark. The skin that had been sun-reddened now looked mottled with dirt and something like bruising shadows pooling under the cheekbones. His teeth were bared, jaw tense, the scream still pouring out of him, though Lewis said, at that point, he could barely hear it over the roar of his own pulse. The smell was worse than the sound. Dirt wet and raw like the inside of a freshly dug hole. Liquor sharp and stale and sour sweat soaked into fabric. And under that, something colder and more alien, a still airless scent like the inside of the cooler downstairs, a hint of metal and chemical, and days without sunlight. Lewis clawed at the wrists, pinning him down, but his hands felt weak, distant, like they belonged to someone else. His legs kicked against the ground, heels digging furrows into the grass. He tried to twist, to buck the weight off, but the position between the graves penned him in. He said the last clear thought he had before the world tunneled into darkness was a horrible, mundane one. I signed his death certificate. I did this. Then the scream cut off. Not faded. Not drifted away. 1 second it was rattling his skull, and the next there was nothing. No sound. No pressure. No weight. Silence slammed down around him so sudden it made his ears ring. The only thing he could hear was the echo of his own ragged breath as his throat convulsed, trying to figure out if it still worked. Everything went black. He told me he didn't know if he passed out for seconds or minutes. Time stopped being a straight line and became a smear. When he came back to himself, he was lying on his side in the grass. The sky above the trees was darker, the orange of the streetlights bleeding out into a sluggish, murky halo. The hum of insects had returned, tentative at first, then steadier. Somewhere, a car drove past on the highway, its headlights briefly painting the tops of the stones in a wash of white before sliding away. His chest hurt. His head throbbed with a deep pulsing ache, the spot where it had hit the ground tender and hot. But it was his neck that grabbed all his attention. It felt like someone had wrapped a belt of fire around it. When he coughed, the sound came out hoarse, raw at the edges. Each swallow scraped. He lifted one hand, fingers trembling, and touched the sides of his throat. He hissed at the contact. The skin there was raised and tender ridged in a pattern his fingertips could map, even if his eyes couldn't see it yet. Narrow crescents and lines spaced like fingers. His collar was askew, one side ground into the dirt. When he pushed himself up to sitting, little clumps of damp earth fell from his shoulders, scattering across his lap. There was dirt under his shirt, too gritty against his skin, where it had been driven up under the fabric. He put his hand down to steady himself and felt the hard edge of a headstone under his palm. The name carved into it meant nothing to him. The dates blurred his vision, still fogged. There was no one else in sight. No young man in a faded t-shirt. No furious eyes. No open mouth mid-scream. Just rows of stones, the whisper of the wind, the buzz of the streetlights, and the faint, distant skull throb of his own heartbeat finally slowing. When he told me this later, he finished with a line that still makes my stomach drop when I think about it. If it was just in my head, he said, fingers resting lightly on the yellowing bruises at his throat. Then how do you explain these? I remember the sound of him coming back in more than anything he said. The side door isn't loud, not usually. It has that soft hydraulic closer that makes it sigh shut if you don't shove it. That night, it hit the stop so hard the slam echoed down the hallway, like someone had thrown a chair. The vents above my head were already rattling with the AC kicking in. The nurse call bell at the far end of the corridor was chiming its insistent little melody. And over all of it came that bang sharp enough to make the pen jump in my hand. I looked up from the chart I was pretending to focus on. Lewis was standing in the doorway from the staff corridor framed in the fluorescent light. For a second, I didn't recognize him. His tie was crooked, hanging over one shoulder, like someone had tugged on it. His white shirt was smeared with something darker across the back and one side, like he'd brushed up against dirty concrete or rolled in wet grass. His face had gone the color of copier paper lips, a little too pale, eyes too wide. "Hey," I said automatically the way you do. "When someone walks into your space, you okay?" It was a stupid question. He looked anything but okay. He didn't answer right away. He just stood there, chest heaving, like he'd run up a flight of stairs, fingers opening and closing at his sides. His gaze skittered around the nurse's station, from the monitors to the clock to the hallway beyond, like he was counting exits. The vent above us rattled louder as the AC shifted, blowing a cold draft straight down onto the back of my neck. Somewhere down the hall, a patient mashed their call button again and again, the bell, chiming in little bursts, ding ding, ding ding ding. The normal hospital sound suddenly felt too bright, too sharp, like someone had turned the volume up on reality. "Lewis." I stood up, the wheels of my chair squeaking back. He blinked like I'd just come into focus. He started, then stopped, swallowed hard. His throat worked visibly. He took a few steps toward the station hands, hovering a little away from his body, as if everything he might grab onto would burn. "I need to sit," he said finally. His voice sounded wrong, rough scraped around the edges, like he'd been shouting into a wind tunnel. I guided him into the nearest chair in the tiny break nook beside the station, the one with the scarred table and the perpetually stained coffee machine. The overhead light in there hummed, casting a flat glow over everything. The ceramic mug he'd left earlier still sat on the table, a coffee ring dried to a dark halo around its base. He reached for it with a shaky hand. The ceramic clinked loudly against the tabletop as he picked it up, the sound too sharp in the small space. Some of the cold coffee sloshed over the lip and onto his skin. He didn't seem to notice. "What happened?" I asked, keeping my voice low, steady, like I was talking to a patient on the edge of panicking. "You look like you've seen a ghost." The attempt at humor fell flat between us. His eyes flicked up to mine, and whatever was in them made my stomach tighten. I was walking by the newer stones. He said each word coming out slow, like he had to haul it up from deep water. I got to the trees near the back. There was someone there. Security, I suggested. Another visitor. He shook his head once sharp. "Him," he said. It was him. "Who, the sailor?" he said. "The kid from this morning. Same face, same shirt, same shoes, same damn wristband on his arm. He stepped out from behind a tree like he'd been waiting for me." He took a swallow of coffee, grimaced at the taste, set the mug down again. His hand missed the edge of the table by a hair and corrected at the last second, the cup landing with another too loud clack. I watched him carefully. "Lewis," I said, choosing my words. "You've been awake a long time. You've had a rough night. You've been dealing with some pretty heavy stuff. Sleep deprivation does weird things to your brain. Stress, too. People see things, hear things. Panic attacks can feel very real." He stared at me like I'd just suggested the sky was green. "I didn't imagine this," he said. He came out from behind the tree. He walked toward me. Then he ran. He screamed in my face. He knocked me down. He put his hands around my throat. He lifted his chin slightly, like he was inviting me to look. I had to lean closer to see it properly in the harsh break room light. At first, it just looked like his skin was flushed from exertion. Then my eyes adjusted, and the pattern came into focus. faint red marks wrapping around the sides of his throat, just under the jawline. Not a uniform band like from a collar or shirt. Distinct crescents and lines, some deeper than others. If you laid your hand over them, your fingers would line up almost perfectly. The sight of them made the back of my own neck prickle. Could you have fallen? I asked, even as my brain tried to reject my own question. Hit your neck on something. He gave a short, humorless laugh that turned into a cough halfway through. His voice cracked. Does falling usually leave fingerprints? He pressed his own fingers lightly over the marks and winced. He was right here, he said quietly, thumb tracing the sore line. His face? He broke off eyes, unfocusing for a second like he was seeing it again. He was furious, like I'd done this to him on purpose. You didn't, I said automatically. You did your job. He looked at me, and for a moment, the practiced clinical distance was gone. What stared back was raw and human and terrified. Did I? He asked. I reached for rational explanations, like a nurse reaching for gauze. They're the only thing that keeps the bleeding in check. Could it have been? I don't know, a relative, I offered. A brother. Somebody who looks like him, who found out what happened and decided to scare you. People do messed up things when they're grieving. Maybe he waited for you out there, dressed like him on purpose. Even as I said it, the story sounded thin, like tissue paper stretched over a hole. Lewis shook his head again. He smelled like the grave, he said, like dirt and the cooler downstairs. If it was a prank, it was a very good one. His hands were still trembling. When he picked up the mug again, the surface of the coffee rippled tiny waves, slapping the sides. You know it's not possible, I said softer now. Physically, medically. There's no way he could have... I stopped myself before I had to say dug himself out loud. You know that better than anyone. That's the problem, he said. I know too much to believe it, and not enough to explain it. The overhead speaker chose that moment to crackle. It was the same ceiling box that had squealed like a scream the night before. The same cheap plastic mouth that usually only called codes and visiting hours. This time, it hissed cut out, then dragged in a sound that made every muscle in my back tighten. For a second, less than a second, it sounded like someone whispering his name into the system. Distorted, stretched like a recording played at the wrong speed. Drrrrall. Then the audio snapped into clarity, mid-syllable, the operator's bright professional voice taking over like nothing had happened. Ard to radiology. Dr. Allard to radiology. The silence that followed felt heavier than the announcement. Lewis's eyes had flicked up to the speaker the moment his name stuttered through it. The tendons in his neck stood out, his already abused throat working. Just interference, I said too quickly. Glitchy system. You know how it is. He nodded once, but he didn't look convinced. We sat there for another few minutes, the hum of the lights and the distant beeping of monitors filling the gaps where neither of us wanted to talk. Eventually, duty had its say. A patient needed meds. Another needed vitals checked. He had discharge summaries to finalize. You should go home, I told him. Shower. Sleep. You're no good to anyone like this. He gave me a look that was almost grateful and almost offended. I will, he said. Soon. Later in the staff bathroom, I saw the rest of it. He was at the sink when I stepped in, back half-turned sleeves, rolled up, as he splashed water on his face. Under the harsh mirror light, the bruises on his neck showed more clearly now, already starting to darken at the edges. But it was his shirt that caught my eye. Across the back of his white dress shirt, just above the waistline, there was a broad smear of dirt. not dust from brushing against a wall. Ground in damp soil streaked in arcs like he'd slid across wet earth. Small bits of grass clung to the fabric near his shoulder blade. He caught my gaze in the mirror. For a moment, neither of us said anything. "I fell," he said finally, as if he'd rehearsed it. "Yeah," I said. "Looks like." I thought about how far the cemetery was from where his car was parked. About how you don't pick up that much dirt falling in a parking lot. I didn't say any of it. There's only so much truth people can handle in one day, whether it's the medical kind or the other kind. My shift dragged on into the early hours. One by one, the day shift faces disappeared. The waiting room emptied. The infomercials gave way to static, and then to early morning news anchors with two white teeth talking about traffic and weather. Sometime after 2, I was alone at the nurse's station. The other night, nurse was down the hall starting IVs. The tech was in a patient's room doing a turn. The monitors on the wall glowed quietly, each little screen a window into a different corner of our small universe. That nagging knot in my chest, the one that had started when I'd felt the twitch in the sailor's arm tightened, when I read the EMS note twisted harder, when I saw the marks on Lewis's throat refuse to loosen. If there's one thing hospitals give you, it's access to records, to cameras, to proof. I logged into the security system. The interface was clunky, the kind of software that looked like it had been designed a decade ago and never updated. From the list of feeds, I selected the one trained on the side yard and the staff door, the same angle I'd watched earlier, the one that showed the little slice of pavement and the sliver of cemetery fence beyond. I scrubbed back to just before 9:07 p.m. The timestamp rolled backwards, numbers flickering. The footage rewound in jerky little jumps and empty frame, then the door opening, then closing. I hit play. There he was. Lewis stepped out into the frame coat, flaring slightly as the door closed behind him. He paused, head bowed, then turned left, out of view. Nothing unusual. No strange figures lurking behind the fence. No tall shadows in the corners of the image. Just the doctor I knew, walking out to clear his head. I let the recording run. The door stayed closed. The pavement stayed empty. The timestamp ticked forward. 9:08, 9:09, 9:10. On the edge of the frame, the fence sat motionless, a gray line against darker gray. The camera's auto iris pulsed once, adjusting to some tiny change in light, then steadied. At 9:13, the image hiccuped. For a heartbeat, the frame filled with static white and black snow, the kind you don't see much anymore on modern TVs. But that still exists in bad equipment. No sound, just visual noise. Then, as abruptly as it had come, the static vanished. The next frame showed the same patch of pavement, the same closed door, the same sliver of fence, and Lewis, only now he wasn't walking out. He was on the ground, half in and half out of the frame, one shoulder and arm visible. He was scrambling up from the concrete, on hands and knees, head snapping up toward the door like something was behind him. He staggered to his feet, grabbed the handle, and yanked it open so hard the hydraulic closer jerked. The door swung inward, swallowing him. The camera kept watching the empty yard. I replayed the sequence 3 times, eyes glued to every corner of the screen, trying to find it. The young man in the t-shirt, the outline of another body, the blur of movement that would prove this wasn't all in his head. There was nothing. No second figure, no running shapes, no struggle. Just Lewis walking out, a burst of static, and Lewis on the ground alone. If you've never watched a rational person start to come apart, it's slower than you'd think. You expect a snap, a clean before and after. What you get instead is a series of tiny shifts, subtle enough that if you're not paying attention, you can tell yourself nothing's wrong at all. With Lewis, it started with sick calls. He'd never been the type to call out unless he was genuinely dying. We used to joke that if he ever took a sick day, we'd assume he'd finally keeled over at the desk and someone had just pushed his chair into the storage closet. But in the weeks after the cemetery, his name started popping up on the assignment board with 2 words next to it you never want to see next to a night shift doctor, called out. One day, then 3 days later, then again the following week. When he did come in, he looked like someone who'd spent the past few nights wrestling a demon only he could see. He stopped shaving regularly, not enough to look intentionally scruffy, just enough that a shadow of gray stubble darkened his jaw in uneven patches. The skin under his eyes took on a bruised tint, purple and sunken. The whites of his eyes went the color of dishwater shot through with red. He jumped at noises he used to ignore the sudden hiss of an oxygen tank being cracked open, the clatter of a dropped chart, the crackle of the PA before an announcement. A typical week at Bayview shifted around him, like furniture being moved in the dark. At the nurse's station, people whispered. You see Allard, one tech muttered behind a stack of charts. He looks like death warmed over. Another snorted softly, then glanced guiltily at the ceiling. Maybe he's been out in the graveyard, hunting for that sailor ghost. There was a weak ripple of laughter. It died out almost immediately when Lewis walked by, face-pinched eyes fixed on the middle distance. He didn't seem to hear the joke, but the memory of it hung in the air like a smell. Admin noticed too, because of course they did. I heard his name in the charge nurse's low conversations at the desk, in the clipped tones of one of the clinical coordinators as she stood in the hallway with a clipboard. He's late on his documentation, she said once, her voice just low enough that she could pretend she wasn't talking loud enough for us to hear. Family complaints on bed 7. I don't care how good he is on paper. If he can't function on nights, we need to reassess his schedule. Everyone nodded, eyes sliding away. No one volunteered the reason he might not be functioning. There's no box on the performance form for may have been attacked by the man he pronounced dead. In the staff lounge, away from the monitors and the overhead pages and the constant beeping, he opened up more than I'd ever seen him. The lounge is a bad joke of a sanctuary. 2 mismatched armchairs someone donated a decade ago, a table scarred with coffee rings, a vending machine that hums loud enough to make your teeth buzz, and a fridge that clicks on and off with a hollow thump every half hour. The light in there always feels slightly wrong. Too bright, too white, like it's trying too hard. We were alone one night, both of us pretending to enjoy whatever brown liquid had come out of the coffee machine. Outside the door, I could hear rolling carts going past, wheels squeaking, somebody's phone buzzing on vibrate. He sat slumped in the chair opposite mine, elbows on his knees, hands wrapped around his mug so tightly his knuckles were pale. His tie was loosened, top button undone. The bruises around his throat had faded to a sickly yellow, but the memory of them hadn't faded with the color. I can't sleep, he said, suddenly staring into the coffee, like he expected it to offer advice. Insomnia, I asked, as if there was any other option at this point. He shook his head with a sharp, almost angry motion. It's not just not being tired. I'm exhausted. I lie down and my body feels like lead. My brain feels like mush. I want to sleep, but every time I close my eyes, he trailed off. The vending machine hummed. The fridge clicked the hallway outside, squeaked with a passing cart. "Every time you close your eyes," I prompted. "He's there," Lewis said, standing over my bed, leaning in. He lifted one hand, hovering it a few inches in front of his face. Fingers spread. His face is right here. I can feel his breath. He's screaming, but there's no sound. His mouth is open so wide it looks like it's going to split his cheeks, and he stopped again, swallowing hard. I jerk awake before he touches me, but it doesn't feel like a dream. It feels like I'm waking up out of the dream, and he's just stepped back enough to be out of view. The way he said it, flat and precise, was worse than if he'd been hysterical. He was a man used to cataloging symptoms, breaking experiences down into logical pieces. Hearing that same tone, applied to something no textbook could explain, made my skin crawl. "Night terrors," I said carefully. "Classic post-traumatic stuff. You had a frightening experience, your brain is replaying it. It's not uncommon. It's not just when I'm asleep," he said. "Or trying to be." I waited. "I was in the hallway yesterday, outside the ICU," he went on. "Looked up at the window to the family room. I could see your reflection from where you were charting at the desk, and behind you, in the glass, he was standing. Just standing. Watching you work. I felt a cold line trace down my spine. Did you say anything? What was I supposed to say?" He let out a short, bitter laugh. "Hey, by the way, I can see the dead kid you think we mispronounced, and he's standing right behind you in the window." Yeah, that would go over well. The vending machine clicked, releasing a bag of chips someone had bought and forgotten. The sound made him flinch. "He's in the cameras," Lewis added, quieter now. "Sometimes. When I walk by the security monitors, I'll see something over my shoulder in one of the feeds. Only for a second. Then it's gone. I thought it was my imagination until last night, when I saw him in the reflection of the medroom door. Same shirt, same hair, same eyes. He didn't have to describe the eyes. I saw them every time I looked at the bruises on his neck. He started avoiding the morgue entirely. He used to be almost blasé about it. Death was part of the job, the cold rooms downstairs, just another station on the assembly line. Now if a patient coded and didn't make it, he'd sign the necessary forms and say, "Can you have transport? Take them down," in a voice that was too careful. "Sure," I'd say. "No problem." He didn't set foot on the basement level again. Not as far as I know. If he had to go near the elevator that led there, his jaw tightened. His eyes flicked to the floor indicator, like he was expecting it to start counting down on its own. When a code failed, he took it hard. Harder than usual. We'd all seen patients slip away under our hands. You learn to compartmentalize it, to pack the grief into small boxes, and shove them onto a mental shelf so you can walk into the next room and smile at someone still living. But one night, after a middle-aged man with a massive heart attack didn't come back, Lewis stood at the foot of the bed, longer than he should have. The room smelled like sweat and epinephrine and stale coffee. The monitor showed the flat green line we all know too well. Time of death. 01:42, he said, voice barely more than a whisper. He stared at the man's chest, at the defib pads, at the purple bruise blooming under one rib where compressions had cracked bone. His hands hung limp at his sides. Doc, the respiratory therapist, prompted gently, "Do you want us to call transport?" He blinked, as if coming back from a long way off. "Yes," he said. "Yes, do that." When we stepped out into the hallway, I saw him glance down the corridor toward the security monitors. His eyes tracked across the screens, searching for something only he expected to see. For a fraction of a second, his expression shifted from exhaustion to something that looked very much like fear. "You're seeing him now too?" I asked later, when we were alone near the medication room. Lewis didn't answer right away. He stared past my shoulder at the glass in the door, at our faint reflections superimposed over shelves of IV bags. "Sometimes," he said, "sometimes I think I see him behind you, or behind Mia, or behind Doug at the front desk. I blink and he's gone. I don't know what scares me more, that he's really there or that he's not." It was easy for a while to keep telling myself this was all in his head. Lack of sleep, trauma, guilt. Your brain can play tricks on you when it's carrying too much. It was easy, right up until the moment my brain started playing the same tricks. It happened on a Tuesday afternoon, the kind of slow shift that convinces you the universe is winding up for something awful. We were at the nurse's station together, both charting, both pretending we weren't pretending everything was fine. The overhead lights had started that faint flicker again, a slow pulse you only notice if you stare too long at the same spot. The hallway beyond the desk was mostly empty, a wheelchair parked against the wall, a housekeeping cart near the supply closet, the usual soundtrack rolled on distant monitors, phone's overhead pages. I was typing an admission note, my eyes fixed on the words as they appeared on the screen. In the glossy black bezel of my monitor, I could see a faint reflection of the space behind me. Lewis at the station, to my left, the doorway to the hall, the edge of the break nook. I blinked, tired, and my gaze slipped from the text to that dark glass. For just a split second, there was someone standing behind him. Not a clear face, not a high-definition image. Just a shape in a t-shirt with a faded logo across the front shoulders, slightly hunched messy hair catching the glow of the fluorescent lights. The outline was wrong for anyone on staff. Too young, too narrow the posture of someone who'd never had to wear a badge or a stethoscope. The air around my shoulders went cold, like someone had opened a door to winter behind me. My heart jumped hard enough that my fingers slipped on the keys, letters jumbling across the chart. I turned. The space behind him was empty. Just the scuffed floor, the wall, the open doorway into the hall. No t-shirt, no messy hair, no one. Lewis was still bent over his chart pen, moving in his shaking hand. He hadn't noticed anything. "Everything okay?" he asked without looking up, hearing my chair squeak as I shifted. "Yeah," I lied. My voice sounded thin even to me. Lights flickered. Thought I saw something. He set his pen down slowly, then finally lifted his eyes to mine. There was a long pause, where neither of us said what we were thinking, because if it was just his mind unraveling, it would have been one kind of horror. Realizing I was starting to see him too, that was a different kind. It happened on one of those nights when the hospital feels like a stage after everyone's gone home and they forgot to turn off the lights. We were almost empty. No traumas, no fights from Front Street, no frantic families pacing the waiting room. Just a handful of patients, sleeping machines breathing for them or watching them breathe for themselves. The TVs over the beds played late-night shows, to no one their colors, washing over closed eyelids and blank walls. When a building that big doesn't have enough people in it, every sound gets bigger to fill the space. A single cough in a room 2 halls away sounded like it came from just around the corner. The squeak of a cartwheel echoed down the corridor like a slow, nervous heartbeat. The clock over the ER doors said 2:23 a.m. The digital face flickered faintly every few seconds, like it was considering giving up. We were low on certain supplies, of course we were. and the main stockroom upstairs was locked because the day supervisor had gone home and forgotten to tell anyone the code. The only place left to get what we needed was one of the overflow storage rooms in the basement, the ones they use for seasonal equipment and things admin doesn't want to look at. "Can you grab a couple extra wound vac kits?" the charge nurse asked, rubbing her eyes. "They should have some in the lower storage by the morgue." By the morgue. I hesitated for a fraction of a second, long enough for her to notice. "If you don't want to go alone, ask security to walk you," she offered, misreading my pause as general spookiness, not the specific kind. "It's dead down there tonight anyway." She winced at her own word choice. "You know what I mean." "It's fine," I said. "I'll be quick." The elevator ride down felt longer than it actually was. Basement level is only 2 floors below the ER, but the way the car shuddered made it seem like we were descending much farther. The fluorescent light in the ceiling hummed steadily, a bright, lonely rectangle over my head. When the doors slid open, the hallway beyond looked like every hospital basement you've ever seen in a bad dream. Narrower than upstairs, painted a slightly different shade of beige, scuffed floors that never quite look clean, no matter how many times they're mopped. The air was cooler, carrying a stronger undercurrent of disinfectant and something metallic. The storage room I needed was down the left-hand corridor just past the morgue. I could have gone the long way, cut through central supply, looped around the laundry, but that would have meant explaining why, and I wasn't ready to put words to the particular dread sitting in my chest. So I walked the short route, my sneakers squeaking softly on the tile, the sound bouncing back at me from the walls. The morgue door came into view before the storage room. Heavy steel painted an off-white that didn't match the surrounding wall, with a small keycard reader mounted beside it. Above the door, a little red LED glowed steadily, indicating it was locked. Ordinarily, the only noises you hear in that stretch of hallway are the distant whoosh of the building's mechanical lungs and the low, constant hum of the refrigeration units behind that door. White noise, machinery, background. That night, as I drew level with the door, I heard something else. A faint, dull thump. I stopped walking. The sound stopped too. I told myself I'd imagined it, that it was just my own footsteps echoing weirdly in the narrow hall, bouncing off a corner at the wrong angle. Then it came again. Thump, pause, thump, pause. Not the mechanical cycling clunk of a compressor, not the random creak and settle of a big old building. This was rhythmic, measured, like someone on the other side of that door was hitting something with a fist. Not hard enough to make a booming noise, just enough to say I'm here. Every hair on my arms lifted. I stood there half-turned toward the storage room, half-pivoted toward the morgue heart beating in a pace that didn't match the soft thumps behind the door. "Hello," I called, my voice sounding small in the stripped-down hallway. "Anyone in there?" As soon as I spoke, the noise stopped. Silence dropped into the space between me and the door, heavy and absolute. The refrigeration hum seemed to retreat like it had been turned down. I could hear my own breathing too loud. I waited, not sure what I wanted to happen. A joke from another staff member. Someone from pathology laughing and telling me to stop spooking myself. Anything would have been better than the reply, I got nothing. Then something scraped. Not a knock this time. A dragging sound, metal on metal, muffled but unmistakable, like something heavy sliding along the rails inside one of the coolers. A tray being pulled out, or pushed in. There shouldn't have been anyone in there. Not at that hour, not without me knowing about it. No autopsy scheduled, no identifications pending. Just the bodies already logged and tagged, waiting for whatever came next. My anxiety and my training collided in my chest. On the one hand, that door, the memory of the black bag, the cheap coffin, the marks on Lewis's throat, the way he said he knew where to press. On the other hand, the fact that if there was someone alive on the other side of that door, a trespasser, a confused visitor, a staff member who'd passed out or had a medical event, it was my job to do something about it. We don't leave people alone in the dark if we can help it. I stepped closer to the door. The metal radiated cold, even though the hallway itself wasn't that chilly. I resisted the urge to press my ear against it. There are some things you can't unhear. Instead, I pulled my badge from my pocket with fingers that didn't feel quite steady. Then at the last second, I stopped. There's a difference between doing your duty and doing something stupid. I stepped back and hit the call button for security on the wall phone nearby. The handset was slightly sticky against my palm, and the dial tone sounded oddly hollow. Security, the dispatcher's voice crackled. "This is ER," I said. "I'm down by the morgue." I thought I heard something. "Can someone come down and check it with me?" "On our way," she replied, businesslike. No questions, no jokes. That helped. The minutes between hanging up and hearing the elevator doors open again stretched thin. I stood in the hallway, not quite close enough to touch the morgue door, not quite far enough away to pretend I was just passing by. No more thumps, no more scraping, just the hum of refrigeration and the distant mechanical pulse of the building. When the elevator dinged, the sound made me jump. 2 security officers stepped out, belts creaking, shoes much quieter on the tile than mine had been. One of them, Scott, a tall guy with a buzz cut and a permanent 5 o'clock shadow, gave me a quick nod. "You hear something?" he asked. "Thumping," I said. Saying it out loud made me feel ridiculous and relieved at the same time. Rhythmic, like somebody hitting something, then a dragging sound, like a tray sliding. He glanced at his partner, then at the closed door. "Anyone supposed to be inside?" "Not that I know of," I said. "No autopsies, no viewings, just storage." He shrugged in that way. Security people do. When confronted with weirdness, they know they'll have to deal with, whether they want to or not. "All right, let's take a look." He swiped his badge, tapped in a code, and the red LED above the morgue door blinked green. The electronic lock clicked a crisp, sharp sound. When he pushed the door open, a wave of cold air spilled into the hallway, wrapping around my ankles like water. The lights inside were already on a harsh, buzzing strip of fluorescent tubes in the ceiling, their glare bouncing off stainless steel and tile. The room looked exactly like it was supposed to look. Metal coolers lined one wall each with its own handle and tag holder. A central stainless steel table stood empty in the middle, its surface scrubbed to a dull shine. A rolling scale sat unused in the corner. No loose boxes, no equipment left out, no signs that anyone had been in there recently. Scott walked in, first his partner close behind. Their breath didn't fog in the air, but it felt like it should. "Anyone here?" Scott called, not too loud, his voice swallowed quickly by the room. Nothing answered. No shuffle of feet, no embarrassed chuckle, no clatter of something knocked over by mistake. I stayed near the doorway, one hand still on the frame. It felt safer to have something solid under my palm. Only one of the cooler drawers had a tag clipped to the front, a white card with black block letters, an elderly woman who died of a massive stroke 12 hours earlier. I remembered her family sobbing in the hallway, her husband's shoulders shaking under my hand as I walked him back to say goodbye. Scott checked the cooler doors, tugging lightly to make sure they were shut. They were. No trays, half pulled, no gaps, no sign anything had shifted, nothing he said, finally turning back to me. Compressor kicks on pipes rattle sometimes. You get used to it. That's not what I heard, I said before I could stop myself. He gave me a blank look that tilted toward sympathy. Buildings make weird noises, he said, especially old ones. You work nights, your brain fills in the blanks. Sure, I said. Thanks for coming down. On the way out, as we stepped back into the hallway and the morgue door swung slowly closed, something brushed my sense of smell. Just for a second, under the ammonia tang of disinfectant and the stale chill of recycled air, I caught the scent of damp earth. Freshly turned soil, cool and rich like the air above a new grave that hasn't settled yet. It was there, sharp and undeniable, then gone, when I sucked in another breath to make sure. Do you smell? That I asked more to see if I was losing my mind than anything. Smell what Scott said. Nothing, I lied. Never mind. They went back to the elevator. I went to the storage room, grabbed the wound vac kits with hands that didn't feel quite like they belonged to me, and rode back up to the ER, blinking too much in the brighter light. Later, when things were quiet again, and we found ourselves in the charting nook, I told Lewis. I kept my voice low half because I didn't want anyone else hearing, and half because saying it quietly made it feel less real. I heard something down there, I said. In the morgue. Thumping, dragging, security checked. Everything was locked up. But it didn't sound like the building. He stared at me, color draining from his already tired face. For a second I thought he might be sick right there, the way his throat worked. You heard it too? He said. Finally his voice barely above a whisper. Now you know I'm not crazy? The vending machine hummed. A cart rolled past and the hall wheels thumping softly. Overhead, the PA crackled with an announcement about visiting hours. All the normal noises pressed in around us, trying to drown out the one that wasn't normal at all. I didn't sleep when I got home that morning. My apartment is small, a single bedroom, a cramped kitchen, the kind of place you choose because it's cheap and close to work, not because you love it. In the daytime, with the blinds half open and the TV on, it's easy to pretend it's cozy. At 3 in the morning, with the lights off, it feels like a box someone forgot to put windows in. I dropped my bag on the chair, toed off my shoes, and stood in the dark kitchen for a moment listening. The building was quiet. No neighbors arguing through the walls, no footsteps in the hallway. Just the faint tick of cooling pipes and the low buzz of the old refrigerator in the corner. I poured myself a glass of water, drinking it slower than I needed to, trying to convince my body it was home. It was safe. It could shut down now. As I set the glass in the sink, the refrigerator kicked into a new cycle. The compressor stuttered once, twice, then started up with a rattling grind. The sound came through the thin metal walls in a pattern that made my heart slam into my ribs. Thump, pause, thump, pause. It was just the compressor, just an old appliance in an older building, struggling to keep cheap groceries cold. But in that moment, in my dark little kitchen, it sounded exactly like muffled pounding from inside a box. My chest tightened. A prickle crawled up the back of my neck, the same sensation I'd had in the basement hallway when that unseen fist met steel from the other side. I grabbed the remote with fingers that weren't entirely steady and turned the TV on. I left it that way all night, volume low colors flickering against the walls, some forgettable sitcom laugh track filling the spaces where the building's noises might otherwise creep in. It didn't make me feel better. It just made the silence easier to ignore. The nights started to blur together after that. Same hum of machines, same bleach coffee plastic smell, same hollowed out feeling in the halls. The only thing that changed was how much I dreaded walking through the automatic doors at the start of my shift, and how much worse Lewis looked every time I did. It was late again, the kind of late where even the insomniacs in the waiting room had given up and were nodding off in their chairs. The TV above them played some desperate infomercial on low volume, a too cheerful host waving a miracle mop around in a kitchen that looked more like a set than a home. The sound was turned down just enough that the words blurred into a soft, meaningless murmur under the hospital's other noises. Most of the overhead lights had been dimmed to night mode, which is supposed to be gentler on patients, but mostly just makes the corners darker. The floor machines weren't running. The lab tech chatter had died down. Even the printers had stopped their random late-night coughing fits. The ER was nearly empty. I found Lewis in the break room. He was sitting in the same chair he always took, hunched a little elbows on the table. The coffee machine behind him gurgled quietly, like it was thinking about brewing something and had decided against it. His mug sat untouched in front of him, the surface of the dark liquid perfectly still. He wasn't reading anything, wasn't scrolling his phone, just staring at the coffee like it might move if he watched long enough. The vending machine hummed at our backs. The fridge clicked on, rattled briefly, then settled into a low, steady drone that made the fluorescent light vibrate in my peripheral vision. "You're going to burn a hole in the mug if you keep staring at it like that," I said, stepping inside and letting the door sigh shut behind me. He blinked, like he'd been pulled out of a deep tunnel. Slowly, his eyes shifted up to meet mine. Whatever thin layer of normalcy he'd been clinging to earlier in the shift was gone. His pupils looked too big in the harsh light his skin washed out. "Do you ever feel like the drive-in is worse than the shift?" he asked, ignoring my joke completely. "Depends on the day," I said. "Rush hour on Route 17 makes me believe in hell." "I'm not talking about traffic," he said. He looked past me at the far wall, at the faded bulletin board notices, and the outdated flu vaccine poster. He started waiting for me. The back of my neck prickled. "Where?" "On the street corner by the Shell station," he said. "The one right before you turn in for the hospital." First time I saw him there, I thought it was a trick of the headlights. I blinked, and he was gone. His fingers tightened around the mug, ceramic squeaking faintly against the table as he shifted it. Second time, he wasn't just standing there. He stepped off the curb, like he was going to walk straight out in front of my car. I swallowed. "Did he?" Lewis shook his head. Light changed. Someone honked. I looked away for half a second. When I looked back, he was back on the corner, just watching. He gave a short, humorless laugh. I started taking the back entrance off Maple just to avoid that intersection. He beat me there a couple days later. Maybe it's I started then stopped. There are only so many times you can say lack of sleep before the words feel like lies. "It's not just outside," he said. "He's in here too." He jerked his chin upward toward the ceiling, toward the floors above us, toward the whole building. In the elevator, he went on. In the reflection of the doors. I get in, alone hit the button, stare straight ahead, like everyone does. Door closes, and for a split second, there he is in the stainless steel. Behind me, same shirt, same hair. By the time the car starts moving, he's gone. Just me and my very punchable face. You've always had a very punchable face, I said, because if I didn't say something stupid, I was going to say something scared. He didn't smile. I went to the chapel yesterday, he said instead. You know, the one on the first floor. Near the main lobby, I nodded. I'd only been in there a handful of times. Tiny room, beige walls, generic stained glass window that looked like it had been ordered from a catalog. A couple of pews. Fake candles with tiny orange bulbs instead of flames. It always smelled faintly of carpet cleaner and dust. I thought maybe if I sat somewhere, neutral, I'd feel less like I was losing my mind. He rubbed his thumb along the handle of the mug. There was nobody in there. At least I thought there wasn't. I sat in the front row, kept my eyes on the little cross above the shelf, told myself I don't know, meditating. Whatever passes for prayer when you don't believe in anything. He inhaled shakily. I turned around to leave, and for a second, I saw him in the back row. Just sitting there, hands on his knees, head tilted like he was curious about the whole setup. When I blinked, the bench was empty. The fluorescent light above us crackled once before settling back into its usual sickly glow. I don't think it's a ghost, Lewis said finally. The words sounded like they'd been dragged out of him. I think it's my own guilt, finally getting a face. There it was, the part he hadn't said out loud yet. You know, that's not how this works, I said, sitting down opposite him. You made a call based on the information you had. You checked him. I checked him. The cop checked the coffin. The system failed him in a dozen ways before you ever saw him. He gave me a look that landed somewhere between gratitude and accusation. Maybe he said, but I'm the one who said, time of death. I gave him a number, a line on a form. I put him in a box and told other people to put that box in the ground. If there's a price for that kind of mistake. He shrugged a small, helpless gesture. Maybe this is it. Before I could answer, the overhead PA crackled to life. Usually there's a routine to it, a soft chime. Then the operator's voice reading out a code, or a page, a familiar background rhythm you stop consciously hearing after a while. This time, there was no chime, just static. It hissed through the speakers, like someone had leaned in too close to a microphone and was breathing directly into it, breath catching on the mesh. For a heartbeat, I could almost swear I heard the shape of a word in the noise, like the beginning of a consonant trying to push through something thick. Then layered under the static faint and distant came a sound that made my skin pull tight. Knuckles on wood. Slow. Deliberate. 1, 2, 3. A pause. 1, 2. Another pause. It was so soft that if the room had been any louder, we might have missed it entirely. But the break room was a bubble of quiet, just us. The hum of the vending machine, the low thrum of the fridge. The knocks filtered through the static like they were coming from very far away and from right above us. Lewis went rigid in his chair. His mug vibrated against the tabletop as his hand trembled. "Do you hear that?" I whispered, even though his expression already told me he did. Before he could answer, the PA cut out mid-noise. No fade, no click. Just sudden suffocating silence from the ceiling speakers. No operator voice followed. No code blue. No Dr. So-and-so to ICU. The building seemed to hold its breath. Out at the nurse's station, I heard a chair squeak and someone mutter, "What the hell was that?" Another voice said, "PA's acting up again. Too fast, too loud. The way people talk when they're trying to sound casual." Lewis pulled his hand back from the mug like it had burned him. He pushed his chair away from the table, a few inches, the legs scraping harshly on the linoleum. "He's getting bolder," he said, voice low, eyes fixed on the speaker in the corner of the ceiling. First the cameras, now the PA. "It's a glitch," I said automatically. "Old wiring, bad mic. You know how maintenance is. They patch things with duct tape and hope for the best." He didn't look at me. "Glitches don't knock," he said. Back at the nurse's station, my phone buzzed against the counter. I ignored it at first. Half my notifications are spam anyway. But then it buzzed again, longer this time, skittering slightly across the laminate surface from the force of the vibration. I glanced down. The screen was black. No banner, no incoming call display, no message icon. Just the reflection of the overhead lights and my own face looking back at me. Another buzz. Short, sharp, the kind that usually means a call went to voicemail. I picked it up, thumb, swiping across the screen, even though there was nothing there to answer. The display stayed dark. "Stupid thing," I muttered, lifting it to check the side buttons. As soon as the speaker reached my ear, I heard it. Not a voice, not exactly. A faint, distant thumping, muffled, irregular, like someone struggling to make noise through layers of something heavy. Thump, thump, pause, thump. It wasn't loud. I had to hold my breath to hear it clearly. But once I tuned into it, it was unmistakable. I pulled the phone away from my head, expecting to see an active line, some accidental dial a wrong number. The screen remained black. No call in progress. No missed call notification. Battery icon steady. Then the sound cut off. No click. No fade. Just silence. A second later, the phone's lock screen finally blinked on, as if nothing unusual had happened. No new notifications. No call logs. Across from me at the edge of the station, Lewis was watching. His hands were clenched white around the back of a chair, his knuckles as pale as the lines that had once ringed his throat. "He's in the walls," he said quietly, voice shaking. "In the wires. In the vents. Every sound is him trying to get out." The rational part of me, the part that still wanted to attribute everything to stress, to sleepless nights, to shared suggestion, lined up objections like shields. Old equipment, faulty PA, interference, phone glitch. The part of me that had heard knocking in the morgue and smelled fresh dirt in a sterile hallway had less to say. My shift finally ended a couple of hours later. The sky outside the automatic doors was just starting to lighten a faint gray, leaking into the black. The parking lot lights buzzed overhead, turning the dew on the cars into little points of gold. Exhaustion pressed at my shoulders, but underneath it, there was a nervous current that made my fingers twitch on the steering wheel as I drove toward the exit. Instead of taking the usual way out, I cut along the side of the hospital, past the loading dock, toward the narrow road that ran along the back fence line of the cemetery. I told myself I was just avoiding the morning traffic on the main street. That was a lie even I didn't believe. I parked for a minute where the chain link fence met a patch of scrubby grass. The cemetery stretched out, beyond rows of stones, listing slightly in the half-light trees, still mostly silhouettes, their leaves rustling softly in a wind I couldn't feel through the car door. I shouldn't have gotten out, but I did. The early morning air was cool and damp, smelling faintly of salt and cut grass. The hospital loomed to my right, its windows dark except for a few glowing rectangles on the upper floors. Behind me, the access road was empty. I walked up to the fence gravel, crunching under my shoes, and wrapped my fingers around the cold metal links. My breath fogged faintly in front of me. "Okay," I whispered to myself. "To the cemetery, to whatever had been knocking in the walls. If you're out here, you've made your point." The wind rustled through the trees. A bird called once and then went silent. For a moment, nothing happened. Then from somewhere beyond the nearest row of stones, I heard it. A single loud knock. Not against the fence. Not from a tree branch. It came from below. A hollow, resonant bang, like someone hitting the underside of a heavy wooden lid with the heel of their hand. My heart lurched into my throat. I jerked my phone out of my pocket with clumsy fingers and flicked on the flashlight. The beam cut a harsh white path through the dim light, slicing across grass and granite, making the inscriptions on the nearest headstones leap out in stark relief. I pushed the light as far as it would go, weaving it between the stones, searching for a figure, for a fresh mound of earth, for any sign that something or someone was moving out there. All I saw was empty grass, gray markers, and the ghosts of my own breath in the air. By the time Lewis finally told me the whole truth, the staff lounge smelled like every bad decision night shift had ever made. Someone had nuked pasta in a Tupperware and forgotten it, leaving a lingering cloud of garlic and cheap tomato sauce. The microwave itself reeked of burnt popcorn, a crime against colonels committed days ago, and somehow renewed every time someone tried to heat anything. Underneath it all was the faint, ever-present tang of industrial cleaner and stale coffee. The overhead light buzzed and flickered in that way old fluorescents do, like they're complaining about still being alive. It was just past midnight. The ER was in a lull. No sirens, no shouting, just the soft beep of monitors down the hall and the distant murmur of the TV in the waiting room. I'd come in to refill my water bottle and maybe steal a few minutes of quiet. Lewis was already there. He sat at the far end of the table, hunched over elbows, planted fingers laced together so tightly the knuckles had gone white. His untouched coffee sat in front of him, a thin skin forming on the surface. His ID badge, which he usually wore, clipped neatly to his coat pocket, lay on the table next to the mug, face down. That more than anything made something twist in my gut. "You hiding from Joint Commission? Or did your badge finally give up?" I tried for light. It came out thin. He didn't smile. His eyes flicked up to me, glassy and too bright in the humming light, then dropped back to the plastic rectangle on the table. "Do you remember the morning they brought him in?" he asked. No preamble, no context, as if we'd been in the middle of the conversation already, and I was the one who'd stepped out. "The sailor," I said. "Yeah, I remember." "I keep going back over it," he said. "Every step, every sound, every decision." I pulled out the chair across from him and sat. The seat creaked softly under my weight. Somewhere beyond the lounge door, a cart rolled past, wheels thumping rhythmically over a seam in the tile. "You checked him," I said. "We both did. You did everything right." His jaw clenched. "That's just it," he said. "I didn't." He let the words sit there between us, heavy as a chart full of bad numbers. "What do you mean?" I asked carefully. He exhaled through his nose, a humorless, almost laugh. His gaze stayed on the badge, like he was afraid that if he looked away, it might move on its own. "They called me," he said, "before the gravediggers came back the first time. Before the coffin incident, who called you his friends, he said, from the bar. I thought back to that morning, the two officers pushing the gurney and the sailor's friends, hovering in the doorway, pale and shaking in last night's clothes. From Front Street, I asked. He nodded. They had my card. I gave it to one of them when I told him. When I told him his friend was gone, said he could call if he had questions about, I don't know, paperwork, logistics. He swallowed Adam's apple bobbing. Later that day, he went on, after they'd released the body, and I'd filled out the forms, I went home. I actually fell asleep for once. First time I'd slept during daylight in, I don't even know how long. Phone woke me up. I could picture it, his small, perpetually cluttered bedroom, the blackout curtains, the buzzing nightstand. It was one of the guys from the bar, Lewis said. I could barely understand him at first. He sounded like he'd been crying or drinking or both. He kept saying, Doc, are you sure? Are you absolutely sure he's dead? He used the word peaceful, I think. Said his friend just looked like he was passed out. Kept asking if there was any chance at all, that we might be wrong. The buzzing light above us seemed to get louder. What did you tell him, I asked, though I already knew on some level. Lewis's lips pulled into a grimace that wasn't quite a smile. I was half asleep, he said. Groggy, irritated. I'd been up all night. I'd filled out 3 inches worth of forms, listened to admin about census numbers, argued with pharmacy about some shortage. And now, this guy was on the phone wanting me to relitigate a call I'd already made. He rubbed his eyes hard with the heels of his hands, like he could erase the memory if he pressed hard enough. I snapped, he said. I said, yes, I'm sure he's dead. I pronounced him myself. You need to accept it and let him go. He kept stammering about how they were about to send him to the cemetery, how it just didn't feel real, and He stopped his mouth, working silently for a moment. I said, he's gone. Bury him. The words sat there ugly and heavy, echoing off the dingy walls and the humming appliances. Lewis. I started. He lifted a hand, cutting me off. I remember hearing my own voice when I said it, he continued. Flat, detached, like a doctor in a movie, not a real person. I hung up and went back to sleep. He let that hang for a second. By the time the gravediggers came back, he said that conversation was already buried under 100 other things. I didn't even think about it. Not until later. He pushed the coffee away, like it suddenly offended him. The mug scraped loudly against the tabletop. Now I can't stop thinking about it, he said. I hear it over and over when I try to sleep. Him on the phone begging me to double check and me saying bury him. Like I was swatting a fly. He looked up at me then, and there was something raw in his eyes. Something stripped of the professional distance he usually wore like armor. If he was alive in there, he said quietly, if he woke up in that box in the dark with the lid nailed shut, what must that have sounded like? From the inside, the lounge suddenly felt smaller, the air thicker. I thought of the thumping I'd heard by the morgue, the dragging sound, the way the knocks on the PA had echoed through the ceiling, the rhythm my old refrigerator made when it kicked on. I thought of the moment in the ER when I'd taped the tag around the sailor's ankle and felt his skin still warm in a way it shouldn't have been given the timeline. The tiny twitch in his forearm under my hand. The EMS note about a weak, irregular pulse partially erased. You did everything by the book, I said, the words tasting like chalk. Flat line, no pulse, No respirations. Fixed pupils. You followed protocol. By the book, he repeated. You know what the book doesn't talk about, how often we've been wrong. He leaned back, staring up at the buzzing light jaw working. Do you remember that woman last year, he asked. Car accident out on 17. They brought her in coding, no response for 20 minutes. We called it. Time of death, 14:23. You and I both walked out of that room, certain she was gone. I nodded slowly. It had been one of those brutal days where bad things stacked up like dominoes. 15 minutes later, he said the respiratory therapist went back in to disconnect her from the vent. Found a rhythm on the monitor. Weak as hell, but there. We almost buried her twice, once under a sheet and once in our own assumptions. He looked back at me, eyes sharp. Or the kid with the hypothermia, he continued. Pulled out of the lake. No pulse for 30 minutes. We warmed him, kept going, and he walked out of here a week later. They're not dead until they're warm and dead. We love that line, don't we? I could hear echoes of it in my own head, staff trading the phrase like a talisman during codes. The line between gone and almost gone is thinner than we like to admit, he said. Some nights, it feels like it's about 3 atoms wide. One shaky hand, one bad lead placement on a monitor, one half-asleep decision over the phone. He trailed off. I didn't say anything. There wasn't much to say that wouldn't sound like a platitude or an accusation. The image that kept replaying in my own head wasn't a chart or a cold case study. It was that cheap wooden coffin creaking as it was rolled out the loading dock, and the way I thought I'd heard a sigh beneath the sound of the truck downshifting. Lewis reached out and laid his fingertips lightly on the edge of his ID badge. The plastic rectangle rocked slightly under his touch, swinging on its retractable clip like a pendulum. His name and title stared up at him from the laminated surface. Lewis Allard, M.D., Emergency Medicine. Whatever I saw in that cemetery, he said, voice low, whether it was a ghost or him still alive and playing some kind of sick joke. It all points to the same thing. Somewhere between this building and that hole in the ground, I made a mistake big enough to kill someone. He lifted his gaze to mine, and the tired, apologetic doctor was gone. What was left was a man standing on the edge of something dark. And he's not letting me forget it, he finished. The vending machine hummed louder for a moment, then quieted. A distant overhead page crackled, announcing a routine lab result to a different doctor on a different floor, the words muffled by the door. I wanted to tell him he was wrong, that the system had failed the sailor at a dozen points before he ever hit our doors, that he was one link in a chain, not the whole noose, that the thing he'd seen in the cemetery had as much to do with his own brain breaking under pressure as with anything crawling up out of the dirt. Instead, I sat there and watched him stare at his badge. He picked it up, flipped it over in his hand, then set it back down deliberately in front of him, the clip making a soft plastic tap against the tabletop. I don't know how much longer I can wear this, he said. He didn't say what he meant by that. He didn't have to. The badge lay between us like a verdict, his name and credentials printed in black on white, a reminder that in this place, those letters gave him power and responsibility. He stood up a minute later chair, scraping coffee untouched. When he left the lounge, he slipped the badge back on, mechanically clipping it to his coat pocket with the same practiced motion he'd done 1,000 times before. The only difference now was the way his hand lingered there for a second too long, like he was trying to decide whether to rip it off instead. It's amazing how something as simple as a blank space on the assignment board can feel like a wound. The morning Lewis didn't show up started like any other coffee that tasted like burned plastic. The soft chime of the time clock as I badged in the faint smell of rain in the air as night shift filtered out and day shift took over. The hallway lights were a little too bright, as always. At shift, changed the building, doing its best impression of being fully awake. I checked the whiteboard out of habit. We all do it, eyes flick, to see who's on who you're going to be stuck with for the next 12 hours, who you can depend on when things go sideways. There was a blank space where his name should have been. Attending nights. No Allard in neat black letters. No messy sticky note with his name scribbled on it. Nothing. Just a gap between yesterday's schedule and tomorrow's. Guess our golden boy finally caught the plague. The charge nurse muttered, shifting a stack of charts from one arm to the other. First, he's calling out every other day. Now he can't even give us a heads up. She sounded annoyed, but there was a brittle edge to it. Annoyance is what you call fear when you're too busy to sit with it. Maybe he's just got the flu, one of the texts said. Everyone's dropping like flies. I swear, half the county's in my kids' class coughing their lungs out. Administration did what administration does. They called his cell. I heard about it secondhand through the thin walls of the nurses' station. The clinical coordinator stood near the desk phone, pressed between her shoulder and ear as she typed one-handed on the computer. "Hi, Dr. Allard. This is Lisa up at Bayview." She said, voice professional and light. "Just calling to check in. We have you scheduled for nights and wanted to confirm." She paused. Her eyebrows drew together. Straight to voicemail," she murmured when she hung up. Probably sleeping it off. I'll try again in a bit. The ER felt wrong without him. We got busy, of course we did. A teenager with abdominal pain, a construction worker with a crushed finger, an elderly woman dizzy and pale, with a blood pressure that made everyone's eyebrows climb. The usual parade of minor disasters. Another attending came down from upstairs to cover. On paper, he did everything right. Orders were written, meds were given, dispositions decided. He was fine, competent, harried in a way that said this wasn't his usual battleground. But the rhythm of the place was off. It's hard to explain if you don't work nights. Every doctor has their own tempo, their own way of moving through the chaos. You get used to it. You orient yourself by it the same way you learn the sounds of your own house at night, the creak of the stairs, the hum of the fridge, the way the pipes groan when someone flushes upstairs. Without Lewis, it was like someone had moved all the furniture 3 inches to the left. We still functioned. People still came in sick and left slightly less sick. But there was a missing piece in the center of things, and everyone walked around it without acknowledging it out loud. Anyone heard from him? I asked at the nurses' station around 9. Admin's still trying, the charge nurse said. No answer. Maybe he went out of town and forgot to tell staffing. Wouldn't be the first time a doc thought the schedule magically updated itself. She tried to make it a joke. No one laughed. Outside, rain started in a thin drizzle, pattering against the high windows and streaking the glass. The gray sky pressed low over the parking lot, making the cemetery beyond look flatter, the stones like teeth in a washed-out jaw. Around 11, the hospital administrator herself walked through the ER. You know things are bad when upper admin leaves their office. They live on the higher floors in carpeted hallways that smell like printer ink and hand sanitizer, not in our world of bleach and adrenaline. She was usually put together, neat suit, calm expression, clipboard, or tablet in hand, like a shield. This time, she came through the automatic doors, with her shoulders slightly hunched, and no props, just a phone gripped tight in one hand. I was at the triage desk, scanning in an insurance card. I saw her face as she passed, pale, mouth a thin line. She caught the charge nurse's eye. "Can I see you in my office?" she asked, voice clipped. "Sure," the charge nurse said, frowning slightly. "Everything okay? Just come up when you can," the admin said. Her eyes flicked toward the rest of us, to the patients in the waiting room, to the nurses leaning over charts. Whatever she was about to say wasn't for public consumption. By the time the elevator doors slid shut behind them, the rumors had already started. "Did you see her face?" one of the techs whispered. "She looked like someone canceled Christmas. Maybe it's budget cuts," another offered. "Or Joint Commission coming back. Or police," someone else murmured, eyes darting toward the ceiling like the word might leak upward. I heard her say, "Police," on the phone, and "apartment," and didn't answer the door. The words slithered through the ER like a draft under doors and around corners. "Police," "apartment," didn't answer. I kept trying to focus on my tasks meds, to give vitals to chart families to update. But each minute stretched elastic and thin. The beeping of a portable monitor as it rolled past sounded muffled, like someone had thrown a blanket over the world. Every time the overhead PA crackled, my heart jumped. As if they were going to announce it, hospital-wide attention staff. Dr. Lewis Allard, as they never did. The clock over the nurse's station crawled. 11:04, 11:07, 11:13. An ambulance rolled in a minor trauma, nothing life-threatening. I did my job on autopilot hands, moving mouth, saying the right reassuring things. My ears had already gone upstairs. When the charge nurse finally came back down, she didn't go straight to the desk. She stopped just inside the ER doors, like she needed a second to brace herself before stepping fully into the room. Her face told us the answer before her mouth did. Someone, maybe me, maybe one of the techs, asked, "Well, is he okay?" She shook her head once. Just a small movement. "No," she said. Her voice sounded like it belonged to someone else, someone who'd smoked for 40 years and screamed into pillows. They did a welfare check. Police had to force the door. She swallowed, throat working. "He's dead." For a heartbeat, the entire ER seemed to go silent. Even the machines sounded quieter. My brain did that stupid protective thing where it parses words out of order. He, dead, welfare check, door. They all floated around for a second meaningless. Then they slammed together into a shape that made my stomach drop. How I heard myself ask, though I already knew there were only so many possibilities. "They think it was his own doing," she said. No note, not that they've said. No signs of struggle. Just him. Alone. Her eyes were shiny. I'd never seen her cry before. She's one of those women who seems carved out of something sturdy and efficient. Now, hair slightly mussed, lipstick smudged in one corner, she looked like a person, not a role. No suspicious circumstances, she added, like that was supposed to be comforting. No suspicious circumstances. Just a doctor who couldn't live with himself anymore in a small apartment not far from where I slept every day. I don't remember the next 10 minutes clearly. Trauma does that. It hits you sideways even when you're not the patient. I know I leaned against the counter. I know someone handed me a glass of water I forgot to drink. I know the admin came down at some point and gathered a small group of us into a corner voice soft and smooth, talking about grief counselors and employee assistance programs and taking time if needed. What I remember distinctly are flashes, the exact pitch of the overhead monitor beeping in Bay 4, the way a discarded glove lay twisted on the floor by the med room door, fingers curled like a small plastic hand, the reflection of my own face in the security monitor, pale and wide-eyed, with no sailor, no Lewis standing behind me, just me looking like someone who'd lost more than a colleague. Shock was the first layer. Shock that he was gone. That the man who'd held the line on so many nights, who'd joked in the break room and vented about admin and argued with lab over turnaround times, had stepped off the line entirely. Guilt slid in, under shock like a blade. If I'd pushed harder when he told me about the cemetery, would it have changed anything? If I'd insisted he take a leave? If I'd called his family? If I'd gone to his apartment myself when he stopped answering his phone? If I hadn't lied to both of us about the warmth of the sailor's skin, about the twitch I'd felt, about the thumping in the morgue. Anger came last hot and sour. Anger at him for leaving us to pick up the pieces, for walking out of a fight we were all still in, for choosing silence in an empty apartment over the messy work of trying to live with what he'd done, or thought he'd done. Anger at myself for even feeling that way. We worked the rest of the shift because that's what you do. Death doesn't stop people from getting sick. There are always more chest pains, more fevers, more toddlers with coins up their noses. That night, though, the hospital felt different. The usual sounds were still there, but they seemed dimmed, as if someone had turned the volume down a couple clicks. The HVAC system, normally a constant presence rattling through vents and grates, seemed to hum more softly. The automatic doors sighed open and closed like they were tired. Even the overhead pages came less often, and when they did, the operators' voices sounded muffled around the edges. By the time my shift ended, the sky outside had gone from gray to the flat washed-out blue of a day that had no interest in being sunny. I walked out through the main entrance instead of the staff door, partly to avoid the side corridor where I'd last seen Lewis walk out toward the cemetery, partly because I didn't want to be alone with my thoughts in the same hallways where his footsteps still seemed to echo. The parking lot was half full cars beaded with leftover rain. The pavement smelled faintly of wet asphalt and oil. Beyond the edge of the lot, the cemetery stretched out stones, catching the weak daylight grass, slick and dark between them. I should have gone straight to my car. Instead, I stopped at the edge of the lot and looked toward the fence. The cemetery is set a little lower than the hospital, the land sloping down gently. In the dim glow of the parking lot, light still flickering against the fading day shadows pooled between the stones. At first, I didn't see anything, just rows of markers and the dark shapes of trees. Then near the section where I knew the newer graves were, I noticed a figure, standing still, too far away to make out details clearly, but the posture was familiar. Shoulders slightly hunched, head tilted as if listening to something only he could hear. Hands hanging at his sides, one foot slightly turned inward. My heart lurched, stuttered, then picked up in a painful rush. For a second, it wasn't the sailor's outline I saw. It was Lewis. White coat, gone. Just a shirt and slacks hair, a little mussed that particular way he held himself when he thought no one was watching, like he was carrying too much and trying not to show it. He turned his head, slow and deliberate, as if he'd felt my gaze on him. Even from that distance in the bad light, I felt the pressure of his attention, like a hand on my chest. A car drove past behind me, headlights sweeping across the road over the fence, briefly illuminating the rows of stones in a wash of bright white. I blinked against the glare. When my eyes adjusted and the light moved on, the figure was gone. Just grass, just stones, just a new grave or two, their earth darker than the rest. I stood there longer than I should have, the keys biting into my palm, waiting for him or the sailor or both to step back into view. Nothing did. Eventually, the exhaustion of a too-long shift and a day's worth of grief won out. I got into my car, closed the door, and drove away, leaving the hospital and the cemetery shrinking in my rearview mirror. But the feeling that someone was still standing out there among the stones, watching both places at once, followed me all the way home. Grief doesn't stop just because you have a shift the next day, but it does get postponed. You tuck it in your pocket and hope it doesn't fall out in the middle of a code. A few days after Lewis died, enough of us had collected little pieces of postponed grief that we needed somewhere to put them. That somewhere ended up being the diner off Highway 17, the one with the fluorescent sign that always seems half broken, and the parking lot full of pickup trucks and tired sedans. We met there after a day shift, half of us still in scrubs, ID badges clipped to collars, the smell of hospital clinging to our clothes. The "Please seat yourself" sign hung crooked on the door, and when we pushed in, the familiar soundscape wrapped around us. Clinking dishes, low country music, twanging from invisible speakers, the sizzle of something frying in the kitchen. The air smelled like coffee grease syrup and cheap disinfectant. A TV bolted to the wall above the bar played a looped weather report with the volume turned way down. The meteorologist gestured at a map of the coast over and over her mouth, moving silently. We slid into a big vinyl booth near the back. The seats squeaked under us. Someone ordered coffee for the table without asking. Someone else added a plate of fries and a stack of pancakes to share. None of us were really hungry. For a while, we didn't talk about Lewis. We talked about the stuff people talk about when they're trying not to talk about the thing that's actually chewing them up. Somebody's kid had a recital. Someone else's car wouldn't start. The hospital was thinking about switching EHR systems again, and everyone agreed it was a terrible idea. But his absence sat in the booth, with us a seventh person in our six-person table. It finally broke when Mia, one of the night nurses who'd worked with him longer than I, had set her fork down so hard it rattled on the plate. "This is bullshit," she said. "We're all just sitting here acting like he dropped dead of a heart attack. He didn't. He was drowning for weeks, and we watched. No one argued. We didn't know how bad it was," a tech said weakly. "We knew enough," she shot back. "We knew about the sailor. We knew about the cemetery. We knew he thought something had followed him home. We listened to him talk about seeing that kid everywhere, and we said stress and sleep deprivation and night terrors, and we let him keep coming in and pronouncing other people dead." Her words hit harder than the caffeine. I stared down at my coffee. The surface reflected a warped version of the overhead lights rippling gently with each small tremor of my hand. I thought of Lewis's badge on the lounge table, of the bruises around his throat, of the way his eyes had looked when he said, "I don't know how much longer I can wear this." "We can't fix what he did," I said quietly, "but maybe we can stop pretending we don't know anything about what happened before. Mia looked up. "You mean tell someone about the sailor?" "About all of it," I said. "The coffin shaking, the grave diggers, the note in the EMS report, the knocks in the morgue, the PA, the cemetery, his guilt. He thought he'd buried a man alive. Maybe he did. Somebody needs to know that. What are we supposed to say? The tech asked. Hi, we think a dead guy might not have been dead, and now his doctor is seeing him around the hospital, and also the wall's knocked back. They'll put us on a psych hold. Maybe I said, but if nobody says anything, then all that's left is, doctor kills himself for no reason. I can't live with that version. Silence fell over the booth. The weather loop on the TV above us cut back to the top of the hour. The meteorologist smiled and pointed at a radar pattern we'd already seen 3 times. The jukebox in the corner clicked over to a new song, twangy guitar floating over the clatter of silverware. Finally, Doug, one of the older nurses, cleared his throat. I know a detective, he said. Regular in here. Comes in after night shift sometimes. He's not an idiot. He's not dismissive. We could start there. That's how we ended up at the police station the next day, sitting in a bland beige interview room that smelled like dust and old coffee. The detective who met with us looked as tired as we felt. Late 40s, thinning hair tie, loosened jacket hanging on the back of his chair. There was a coffee ring on the file folder in front of him, a ballpoint pen in his hand, and an expression that said he'd seen enough strange things in his career that one more wasn't going to break him. Doug did the introductions. I told the story. We started with the parts that fit on paper: the sailor's arrival, the flat line on the monitor, the call of time of death, the policy about public burials. The grave diggers, coming back, terrified the officer checking the coffin and declaring it still and silent. Then we moved into the parts that didn't fit on any form: the twitch under my hand, the warmth of the sailor's skin, the half-erased note about a weak, irregular pulse, the way Lewis had been haunted, whether by a ghost, his own conscience, or both, the thumping in the morgue, the voiceless knocks on the PA. I half expected the detective to stop us, to chuckle skeptically, or raise an eyebrow, or ask us if we'd been watching too many horror movies after shift. He didn't. He scribbled notes. He asked specific questions. Which cemetery? Which part of the grounds did the burial happen in? Who pronounced the sailor? He winced a little when we said Lewis's name. Who signed for the body at release? What about the grave diggers, he asked. You said there were 4. You remember any names? We gave him what we had: descriptions, fragments of conversation. The bald guy's hoarse insistence that the coffin had moved the smell of alcohol on their breath, mixed with raw fear. So you think it's possible he wasn't dead when he was buried? The detective said, finally pen hovering. I think it's possible he was closer to the line than we realized, I said. And I think it's possible he, I don't know, woke up. Whatever happened after that, I don't know. But if there's a chance someone was... I trailed off, my throat tightening around the words buried alive. The detective nodded slowly. I'll look into it, he said. No promises. No grand vows of justice. Just a weary man agreeing to turn over some dirt and see what crawled out. I'll need to coordinate with the city, get a court order to exhume. That's not quick, but given the circumstances... He glanced down at the note where he'd written DR. Allard, suicide, and grimaced. I'll push it, he said. A day or two later, my phone rang while I was on my couch, half watching some show I wasn't really following. The caller ID said, City Police. This is Detective Harris, the voice said when I answered. I'm headed out to the cemetery now. We got the order to exhume the sailor's grave. You said you wanted to know I hadn't actually said those words, but I'd thought them loud enough that maybe they'd leaked out anyway. Yeah, I said. If it's okay, I'd like to be there. He hesitated only a second. All right, he said. Come on out. Just stay behind the tape. The cemetery looked different in daylight. I'd mostly seen it under streetlights in the half-dark of my commutes, or lit by the washed-out glow of my phone flashlight. Under a low, overcast sky, everything was sharper and flatter at the same time. The stones were clearer, their names and dates etched in deep, legible lines, but the whole place felt more exposed, more honest. 2 police cruisers were parked on the narrow road that cut through the graves. A small backhoe idled nearby, its engine rumbling exhaust curling faintly into the damp air. Yellow tape stretched between a couple of stakes, a half-hearted attempt at a perimeter around the grave in question. The same cemetery crew from before was there. I recognized the bald gravedigger immediately. His reflective vest hung open boots caked in dried dirt up to the ankle. He looked older, in the daylight more lined. He saw me and gave a tight nod. I nodded back. We were tied together now by something none of us wanted to name. The detective stood near the head of the grave hands in his coat pockets, collar turned up against the wind that whistled softly through the thin trees. He glanced up as I approached. "Glad you could make it," he said. "This your sailor?" The grave's marker was a temporary one, a small plastic stake with a laminated tag clipped to it, the name printed in block letters dates below. No headstone yet, just a rectangle of slightly raised earth where the coffin lay. Only, it didn't look quite right. I'd seen plenty of fresh graves. The soil is usually mounded smooth, packed down by shovels, maybe a bit uneven, but generally consistent. This one looked like someone had tried to make it look that way and gotten bored halfway through. The grass was patchy squares of sod laid down in inconsistent, overlapping pieces. Some sections were slightly higher, some lower seams visible where they shouldn't have been. There were spots where the earth looked darker, looser, like it had been turned more than once. "Does that look normal to you?" I asked, nodding toward it. The bald gravedigger overheard. "We filled it once," he said, a defensive edge in his voice. "Same as any other. Lowered the box, filled the hole, laid the sod they gave us. We didn't come back after that." "You sure?" the detective asked. "No sinkholes? No repacking? No vandalism?" I said once. The man repeated. "We don't mess with graves more than we have to." The backhoe rolled forward treads, leaving deep impressions in the damp ground as it positioned itself beside the grave. The operator, a compact guy with a Red Sox cap, pulled low, maneuvered the bucket with practiced care. The first scoop of earth came up with a wet soil and sod tumbling into a growing pile. The smell hit us immediately, fresh dirt, cold and mineral and raw. Mixed into it was the sharper tang of exhaust from the idling engine, and under that, the faint sweetness of decaying grass. They worked in slow, careful layers. Each pass of the bucket scraped a little deeper, the thunk and rattle of soil against metal, sending small vibrations through the soles of my shoes. A couple of times, the operator stopped and climbed down to shovel by hand when he got close enough to the expected depth. The detective watched from the edge, eyes narrowed, hands still in his pockets. His breath puffed faintly in front of him. After what felt like an hour, but was probably 20 minutes, the shovel hit something that wasn't dirt. A dull, hollow thunk. "Got it," the operator called, stepping back. The grave was now a rectangular pit, its sides cut sharply into the earth. At the bottom, Partially exposed lay the top of the coffin, cheap wood, scuffed and damp, the grain darkened by contact with the soil. The sound of metal scraping wood echoed oddly in the space, like the grave itself was amplifying it. Careful, the detective said, more out of reflex than need. As the crew adjusted straps and maneuvered to get the coffin out, I stepped back a little, my heel slipping slightly in the churned-up dirt. I caught myself on a nearby marker and looked down to see what I'd stepped on. There in the dried mud, just beyond the edge of the newly disturbed area, were boot prints. Not the broad, overlapping pattern left by the backhoe's treads. Not the scuffed, chaotic marks of the crew's work boots from this morning. These were clearer, more individual. A pair of prints, heel and tread well defined, stepping away from the grave. They angled toward a gap in the fence line, a place where the chain link sagged slightly between two posts, as if someone had pushed through there more than once. The prints looked older than the fresh gouges from the backhoe, but not old enough to have softened completely. The edges were still relatively sharp, not fully rounded by rain or wind. "You see these?" I called quietly to the detective. He came over, squinting down at the ground. The bald gravedigger wandered closer too, frowning. "You guys step here this morning?" the detective asked them. "We came in from the road," the bald man said, shaking his head. "Unloaded the backhoe over there. We've been on that side of the hole." He jabbed a finger toward the mound of dug-up earth and the churned ground around it. "Didn't walk that way." The detective looked from the prints to the grave, then to the sagging section of fence. "Could be kids," he said, but his tone didn't match the words. Could be kids. Could be vandals. Could be one very angry young man in cheap canvas sneakers climbing out of the ground and deciding exactly where he wanted to go next. Getting the coffin out of the ground took longer than putting it in. The backhoe operator repositioned the arm metal joints, hissing as he lowered the straps into the hole. The cemetery crew moved with the slow, careful efficiency of people who'd done this before, but wished they hadn't. The sky had sunk into a dull, uncommitted gray clouds, hanging low enough that it felt like we were under a lid ourselves. The coffin came up in stages. First, a corner slick with damp dirt, the wood darker from months underground. Then the rest of the lid, caked in mud streaks, where the teeth of the bucket had scraped against it. The straps creaked as the box swung gently over the open grave drops of earth, raining off the underside and pattering onto the disturbed mound below. "Easy," the detective called, though nobody was being anything else. The backhoe eased the coffin onto a pair of sawhorses the crew had set up nearby, the legs digging into the soft ground. The box landed with a heavy, hollow thud that vibrated up through my shoes. Up close, it looked even cheaper than I remembered. Thin, splintery wood corners, not quite flush nails, hammered in slightly crooked. One corner was crushed more than the others, as if something heavy had pressed down on it from above or pushed up from below. The smell that came off it wasn't what I'd braced for. No rot, no sweet cloying stench of decomposition. Just damp earthwood, the faint tang of mold starting somewhere inside. It was almost worse than if it had reeked. At least that would have matched the script I'd been quietly rehearsing in my head. The backhoe engine idled a few yards away, its low rumble filling the gaps between sounds. Somewhere beyond the cemetery fence, a dog barked in short, agitated bursts. A crow, perched on a sagging power line overhead, let out a harsh caw like commentary. The detective stepped closer to the coffin hands, still in his coat pockets. His breath showed faintly in the chilly air. "All right," he said to the cemetery crew. "Let's open it." The bald gravedigger swallowed Adam's apple bobbing. Up close, I could see a fine sheen of sweat on his forehead despite the cool air. He reached into his vest pocket, touched something small and metallic hanging from a chain, a cross, I realized when it caught a sliver of light, and muttered a quick prayer under his breath in a language I didn't know. A younger worker handed him a crowbar. The metal looked out of place against the cheap wood, like bringing a weapon to a cardboard box. He wedged the curved end under the seam of the lid near the foot of the coffin. The wood resisted at first, creaking, the board flexing slightly. Then, with a sudden squeal of protest, one nail gave. The sound skated across my nerves like someone dragging metal across bone. He worked his way along the edge crowbar, biting under the lid, nails screeching out of the softened wood. Each pop of a nail coming free sounded too loud in the open air, like gunshots fired into damp fabric. Almost there, he grunted. I realized I was holding my breath. There's a kind of silence that happens around moments like this, the world pulling back a little, waiting to see how everything you thought you knew is about to change. Even the dog outside the fence seemed to pause between barks. With a final splintering crack, the gravedigger levered the lid up. The hinge's cheap, rust-flecked things complained, then yielded. He lifted the top, like the cover of a chest, and swung it open. I leaned in, bracing myself for something. A body too preserved, a body too gone. The face of the man Lewis had pronounced frozen in whatever expression he died with underground. What I saw instead knocked the air out of me in a way no phantom hands on my throat ever had. No body, no clothing, just rocks, fist-sized chunks of concrete, broken brick, and irregular stones filled the coffin where the sailor's shoulders, chest legs should have been. They were piled haphazardly, some with streaks of earth on them, some pale and clean, as if they'd come from a different part of the ground entirely. For a heartbeat, everyone around that hole seemed to forget how to move. The backhoe chugged in the background. The crow called again, the sound sharper this time. The wind tugged at the edges of the yellow tape. No one spoke. Then the detective broke the silence with a soft, disbelieving curse. "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered. He stepped closer, peering into the coffin jaw, tightening. Son of a... He didn't finish. One of the younger gravediggers made a strangled noise and took 2 quick steps back, hand flying to his mouth. His face had gone the color of paste. He crossed himself shakily with the other hand eyes fixed on the stone-filled box like it might start moving. We, the bald gravedigger stammered. "We put him in there. He was in there. We lowered it ourselves. I swear to God, he was in the bag, in the box. We nailed it shut, and we filled the hole, and nobody's saying you didn't," the detective said, evenly, though his own voice had taken on an edge. "But he's not in there now, is he?" I realized my knees had gone weak. I reached out automatically and grabbed the edge of the coffin to steady myself. The wood was rough and damp under my fingers, splinters catching on my skin. Rocks. For all the terror we'd built around this box, for all the grief, the guilt, the knocks in the walls, the screams in the cemetery, it was full of rubble. The implications came rushing in all at once. If it was rocks now, then at some point it hadn't been. At some point, there had been a body in here. A living, breathing man who'd been pronounced dead and boxed up and lowered into the ground. He had woken up. He had gotten out, and he had taken the time to fill his own coffin with stones before putting it back in the hole. The detective looked up at the gravediggers. "Did any of you come back to this grave?" After the burial, he asked. Any reason at all. Sinkage family, request vandalism report. They all shook their heads, wide-eyed. We don't mess with the ground. Once it's done, the bald one, said voice hoarse. Especially not city plots. You think we'd open one up for fun? The detective turned his attention back to the coffin. Carefully, he stepped closer, the toes of his shoes sinking slightly into the churned earth. He reached in and shifted one of the rocks with 2 fingers. It clinked against the others, dust puffing up. Help me clear some of this, he said, nodding to another officer. Bag a few. I want Lab to take a look, see if we can tell where they came from, how long they've been down there. As they lifted rocks out and set them gently on the tarp laid beside the sawhorses, more of the interior of the coffin came into view. The lining, what little there had been, was shredded. Thin fabric hung in jagged strips from the sides, clinging to the wood, in places torn away entirely in others. The bottom panel was scuffed and gouged as if something heavy had scraped along it, pushing up, shifting, fighting for leverage. I felt my stomach flip. Look at the lid, I said before I even realized I'd spoken. The detective followed my gaze. The underside of the lid now flipped open, and leaning back on its cheap hinges, told the rest of the story. Deep gouges crisscrossed the wood, running lengthwise and sideways in erratic, overlapping patterns. They weren't clean carpenter's cuts or insect burrows. They were frantic, human. In some sections, the wood was worn almost smooth, as if the same motion had repeated there again and again, pushing up, pushing up, pushing up. In other spots, the scratches were shorter, more jagged, concentrated near where the nails had been driven through. Jesus, one of the officers breathed. It didn't take a medical degree to picture it. A man waking up in the pitch-black chest, crushed by the weight of the lid lungs, burning for air that had already been used up. The realization, a cold, solid thing, that he was underground, that the box he was in was nailed shut. Hands slamming against the wood, fists, palms, then fingers scrabbling at the lid, seeking edges' weak spots, nails tearing at the grain, looking for something, anything to grip. He had pushed hard enough, long enough, that the wood above him bore the record, a record no one had seen until now. Somebody worked like hell to get out of here, the detective said quietly. Did he? I heard myself ask. Or did someone let him out? It slipped out before I could stop it. A thought that had been growing quietly in the back of my mind since I'd seen those boot prints by the fence. The detective glanced at me, then back at the lid. He reached up and ran a gloved fingertip along one of the deeper grooves. Bits of dried, flaking material crumbled under the touch, falling in tiny pale crumbs onto the rocks below. In a minute, he said, "First, we document." One of the crime scene techs called in. I realized dimly at some point, while we'd been focused on the digging, stepped forward with a camera. The flash popped again and again, capturing every gouge, every scar in the wood, the stark contrast of dark grain and light scratches. "Hold that angle," the tech said, leaning in closer. Right there. There was a cluster of marks near what would have been the sailor's head. Short, curved lines dug deep into the wood, more precise than the broader scrapes. In the center of that cluster, wedged into a splintered groove, was something else. At first, I thought it was just more debris. Then the tech adjusted the light, and it gleamed slightly different. Fingernail. A sliver of keratin yellow-white against the dark wood, embedded where it had broken off in the struggle. Around it, dried, flaked material, clung old skin, maybe, or something else too dried out to identify by sight alone. and snagged in a nearby splinter, so fine I only saw it when the flash caught it at the right angle, was a single short strand of hair. It was almost colorless in the harsh light, the kind of pale brown that could belong to any young man. It curled slightly, where it was trapped, like it had been pulled taut and then released. The tech leaned in closer, camera whirring. "Got it," he murmured. "We'll bag that." I stared at that tiny, stubborn fragment of a person and felt the world tilt under my feet. The sailor had been here. He had been alive. He had fought his way out. And then, at some point, after that, after the panic, after the terror, after the nails and the sweat and the dirt, he had come back. Long enough to fill this box with rocks. Long enough to pull the lid down again. Long enough to leave behind not just the marks of his fear, but the signature of his choice. Detective Harris didn't say much on the drive back to the station. I sat in the front passenger seat of his unmarked car, hands folded tight in my lap, still smelling dirt and damp wood every time I inhaled. The tires hummed against the cracked asphalt of the cemetery road, the city sliding past in smears of gray and red traffic lights through the windshield. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the inside of that coffin again, stones where a body should have been, the gouged underside of the lid that tiny shard of fingernail caught in the splintered wood. He parked behind the station in a lot that smelled like exhaust and stale coffee and led me in through a back entrance. The fluorescent lights inside the detective division were a different shade of harsh than the hospital's, but the effect was the same. Everyone looked tired. Everything looked a little too bright. We ended up in a small conference room, the kind used for briefings and bad news. There was a scuffed table, 4 chairs, a whiteboard with ghost outlines of old notes still faintly visible, and a ceiling tile that didn't quite sit right in its frame. He dropped a case file onto the table, the manila folder landing with a soft flump that made me flinch. He noticed. To his credit, he didn't comment. "Sit," he said, pulling out a chair for himself. I sat. My legs felt like they belonged to someone else. He flipped the folder open. Inside were printouts, the sailor's intake report from the ER, the death certificate with Lewis's signature, a copy of the EMS run sheet, the police report from the welfare check at Lewis's apartment, screenshots from the cemetery permit record. On top of the pile, he laid a fresh page of notes. "All right," he said, leaning back a little. "Let's walk through what we know. Not what we're scared of. Not what we think we saw in the corner of our eye. Just what the facts point to." He ticked them off with his pen. Fact: your sailor comes in early morning. EMS finds him unresponsive. Report notes a weak, irregular pulse at the scene, but that's updated later, probably after he went flat in transport or on arrival. In your ER, the monitor shows no rhythm. Your doctor finds no pulse, no respirations, fixed pupils. Time of death is called. He looked up briefly to make sure I was still with him. I nodded, throat tight. Fact, he continued. Body goes to the morgue. Cheap coffin from the contracted funeral home. Gravediggers pick him up, take him to the city cemetery. He flipped to another sheet, his notes from talking to the cemetery crew. On the way, he said they feel movement, hear moaning. They panic, drop the coffin, come to your doctor, saying something's wrong. I could hear the bald gravedigger's voice again in my head. It started shaking. We heard him. Your doctor insists he was dead, Harris went on. Tells them to get a cop. The officer goes out, checks the box reports. No movement, no sound. From his account, he didn't unseal it. Just knocked, listened, maybe put a hand on the lid. Nothing. He spread his hand slightly, so he tells them to bury it. My stomach turned at the word. In fact, he said, pen tapping lightly on the folder. They do. They lower the coffin, fill the hole, lay the sod. That night, your doctor goes for a walk. Says he's attacked in the cemetery by the same man he pronounced dead. He comes back with bruises on his throat and dirt on his clothes. He let that hang for a second. Days later, your doctor kills himself, he added quietly. And a doctor like that doesn't decide to jump off the edge overnight. The AC unit somewhere above us kicked on with a low mechanical rumble. The ceiling tile over the far corner shivered in its frame, rattling faintly. Dust sifted down in a soft, almost inaudible patter. For a heartbeat, it sounded like dirt raining onto wood. I forced my shoulders not to flinch. Now we add today, Harris said. We open a coffin that should hold a body and find rocks instead. We see scratch marks inside consistent with someone trying to push the lid up from below. We find disturbed soil and boot prints leading away toward the fence. He underlined something on his notes. The simplest explanation, he said slowly, is not the one any of us like. But here it is. Your sailor was never fully dead. My hand tightened around the paper cup of water he'd given me. The plastic creaked. He was close, Harris went on. Close enough that a rushed exam, a cold body, a tired doctor and nurse could miss a faint pulse or a shallow breath. Close enough that in the time between your doc walking away and the gravediggers loading him up, his body did something. Or maybe he went flat, then came back. It happens. I thought of the stories Lewis had told me in the lounge. The car crash, the hypothermia kid, the line between gone and almost gone, 3 atoms wide. He gets nailed into a box, Harris said. He gets driven out to a cemetery. At some point on that ride, or while they're carrying him, he comes around. The gravediggers hear movement, hear sounds. They panic. They go for help. He lifted his eyebrows, a small, bitter acknowledgement of the next part. Your doc, believing he did everything right, tells them to bury him, he said. The cop, believing his own senses, confirms it's quiet. They put him in the ground anyway. The rattling ceiling tile settled again. In the hours after that, Harris continued. Adrenaline kicks in. Survival instinct. He wakes fully in the dark. There's no air, no light, no room to move. He fights. He claws at the lid hard enough to tear his fingernails. He pushes until the cheap wood gives. I saw it in my mind. Splinters cracking nails, stale air burning his lungs. Dirt sifting down through the first split in the lid. He manages to break through, Harris said. Maybe at a weak point, where the nails weren't set right. He gets an opening. There's still loose soil up top. It hasn't fully settled yet. He pushes wriggles, swims through dirt. We see the signs in the ground, uneven. Sinking disturbed sod, that odd layering we saw today. He tapped the printout of the grave photos. He makes it to the surface, Harris said simply. Climbs out. Looks back at what he just came from. He paused, then leaned forward, a little, elbows on the table. And here's the fork in the road, he said. From that moment on, he could have gone anywhere. Any house on that street, any business still open. He could have gone to the police. Walked back into your ER covered in dirt and scared out of his mind. Hell, he could have gone straight to the newspapers if he wanted to make a spectacle. He lifted his eyes to mine. But he didn't, Harris said. Near as we can tell, he didn't go to anyone. We've got no record of him showing up anywhere after being buried. No complaints filed, No sightings that match until the night your doctor took his walk. The fluorescent light above us hummed a constant needling sound. He stays near the cemetery, Harris went on. Maybe he's in shock at first. Maybe he hides because he thinks no one will believe him. But at some point, he makes choices. He fills his coffin with rocks. That's not panic. That's deliberate. My mouth felt dry. I took a sip of water, but it tasted like dirt and freezer burn. Why, I asked, voice rough. Why go back? Plenty of reasons, he said. Anger, spite, some twisted idea of poetic justice. If you think someone tried to bury you alive, Dr. Hospital System, you might decide you want them to know exactly what they did. Up close. Lewis's voice echoed in my memory. He's not letting me forget. In his mind, Harris said, your doc wasn't a man who made a tired mistake under pressure. He was the one who said, bury him. The one who turned a close call into a death sentence. He held up a hand before I could protest. I know that's not the whole truth. You know that's not the whole truth. But to your sailor, he shrugged. He just woke up in a box in the ground. That's the truth that counted. Two men, I thought, staring at the table. One broken in flesh, fighting his way up through wood and earth, leaving his nails in the lid, his boot prints in the mud. One broken in his mind, wandering between hospital and cemetery, dragged under by a guilt that grew teeth and a face. How do you even weigh that? I asked quietly. What's worse, waking up in a coffin or living with the knowledge you might have put someone in one? He was quiet for a long moment. That's above my pay grade, he said finally. I don't write the moral of the story. I just put the pages in order. The AC cycled down the room, going briefly still. The loose ceiling tile gave one last tiny rattle. For a second, my imagination filled in the gaps, a muffled heartbeat dirt tapping the outside of a box. Harris flipped to the last page in the folder, then reached into his jacket pocket. There's one more thing, he said. Crime scene techs found this. He placed a small plastic evidence bag on the table between us. It landed with a whisper of crinkling plastic. Inside was a torn strip of white plastic, a hospital wristband, the kind we slap on patients in triage without thinking, names and dates and barcodes printed in black. The band was smeared with dried dirt-brown streaks, obscuring parts of the writing. But the name was still visible, bent, but legible, the sailors. The same letters I'd typed into the EHR, the same ones I'd seen on the temporary grave marker. The band was snapped, not cut, the edges jagged. Where did you find it? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Harris's eyes were flat-tired. Not in the coffin, he said. Not in the grave. He tapped the bag with his pen, the plastic crackling faintly. Caught on the cemetery fence near the road, he said. About chest height, like someone snagged it climbing out. We sat there, me and Detective Harris, in that overlit conference room with its crooked ceiling tile and ghost outlines on the whiteboard. And for the first time since this whole thing started, the story in my head shifted from supernatural to something worse. He had the folder open between us, photos and printouts fanned out like a bad tarot spread. The coffin full of rocks. The gouged lid. The boot prints angling toward the sagging fence. The little plastic bag with the torn wristband, the sailor's name smeared but still readable through streaks of dirt. So Harris said, tapping the photo of the grave with his pen, let's revisit your cemetery attack. My throat went dry. Do we have to call it that? I asked. He gave me a look. What else would you call it? I looked at the grainy still frame from the hospital security camera, where Lewis stumbled back in through the side door. Shirt, dirty tie, crooked eyes wide. My memory supplied the rest, his hands shaking the marks around his throat the way he'd said. It was him. Same face, same shirt, same shoes. Until today, I'd filed that under things I don't have a file for stacked in the same mental drawer as the knocking in the walls and the voiceless static on the PA. Okay, I said slowly. Walk me through how you see it, with this new information. Harris leaned back a little, the chair creaking. The AC kicked on again overhead, the loose tile giving a small shudder, like it was trying to shrug something off. It wasn't a ghost, he said. No preamble, no easing in. It was him. I knew it as soon as he said it. I'd known it in some small, reluctant part of me from the moment I saw those boot prints leading away from the grave. Still hearing it out loud made my chest tighten. The sailor, I said. Alive. Alive and very, very pissed off. Harris agreed. Look at it from his point of view. He wakes up in a box. He claws his way out. He walks away from his own grave. And when he finally gets his head on straight, he's got a choice. Go to the cops. Go back to the hospital report. What happened? Or handle it himself. He shifted the pen to the still frame of Lewis on the ground in the security footage, half obscured by static. Your doc told him, bury him, Harris said. Your doc signed the paper that turned a close call into attempted murder in that kid's head. So who does he fixate on? I stared at Lewis's frozen image, the smudge of dirt on his shoulder, the angle of his body like he'd just hit the floor. You think he followed Lewis? I said. I think he watched him, Harris replied. You told me your doc was a creature of habit. Same route to work, same evening walks, cemetery after shift, right? Yeah, I said. He said it helped him clear his head. Right, Harris said. So, our sailor, no money, no ID, anyone's going to believe, covered in dirt and bruises, finds himself alive when he shouldn't be. Maybe he crashes somewhere nearby for a night or two. Maybe he keeps out of sight around the docks. He's not stupid. He knows walking into a police station saying, I was buried alive, gets him a psych eval, not justice. But he can watch. He can plan. He paused, letting that sink in. He waits a week, Harris went on. Long enough for the funeral paperwork to go through. Long enough for everyone to be sure he's really in the ground. Long enough for your doc to start convincing himself that the weird things he's hearing are just stress. And then I asked, though, the scene was already rebuilding itself in my mind frame by frame. And then he puts on the same clothes, Harris said. Maybe he washed them, maybe he didn't. Same shirt, same shoes, same look your doc saw on that gurney. He goes to the one place he knows the doc will walk alone between the hospital and the rows of stones. I saw it, the dark silhouette half hidden behind a tree, the way Lewis had described. Not an apparition, not some foggy outline. A man. Flesh and bone and grudge. He hides, Harris said, behind the tree, down the row, wherever he can see but not be seen. He waits until your doc is close enough. Then he steps out. My pulse picked up like my body remembered hearing the story, even if my brain wanted to label it differently now. The silence, I said. Lewis said everything went quiet, even the insects, just his breathing and the crunch of gravel. Fear will do that, Harris said. Tunnel hearing. Background noise drops out. All you notice is what's in front of you. Then our sailor starts walking toward him. Not running yet. Letting him stew. Letting him see exactly who's coming. I could picture it, too clearly. Lewis turning away, trying to convince himself he was imagining things, that it was a security guard, a mourner, anything but what he knew it was. That hot prickle between the shoulder blades, that animal sense of being hunted. And then he runs, Harris said simply. Full speed, mouth open, screaming. I remembered the way Lewis had described that scream, like microphone feedback tearing through his skull. To your doc, Harris continued. That scream says one thing, you were wrong, death didn't stick, I'm back. To our sailor it's, what payback? He wants the doc to feel even a fraction of the panic he felt waking up in that box. He grabbed him, I said softly. He said he could feel fingers on his throat, thumbs pressing in. Probably did, Harris said. Look, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. That wasn't a prank. That was an assault. He choked him, threw him down between two graves. Maybe he put his hands exactly where those bruises ended up, later knowing the marks would tell their own ghost story. I saw Lewis on the grass tie, the skewed dirt grinding into the back of his shirt hands, scrambling at empty air, while someone knelt over him in the dark. How far did he go, I asked. Did he mean to kill him? Harris shrugged the motion small. He stopped, he said. That's what we know. Your doc blacked out. When he woke up, he was alone. Our sailor could have kept going, finished the job, then disappeared. Instead, he left him there, scared out of his mind, with just enough bruises to prove something happened, and just enough doubt to make him question his sanity. To him, it was a joke. I said the word sour on my tongue. A sick one. You buried me alive, so I'll make you think I came back from the dead to get you. Revenge, with a sense of theater, Harris agreed. Live action haunting. He weaponized your doctor's belief in his own decision, made him trust his eyes more than common sense. That's all a haunting is, when you strip it down your brain, saying, this can't be real, and your senses saying, too bad it is. I thought of Lewis in the break room, staring at his untouched coffee. I don't think it's a ghost. I think it's my own guilt finally getting a face. He'd been half right. It wasn't guilt making things up. It was guilt giving shape to a very real man who decided to become his own ghost. Where is he now, I asked. The sailor? Harris spread his hands. If I had to guess, not here. Once you've pulled off something like that, once you've dug yourself out of your own grave and scared the hell out of the person you blame, you don't stick around and wait for people to start asking the right questions. Guy like that, he knows docks, boats, cash jobs. He probably shaved, ditched the wristband, and hitched a ride down the coast under a different name before your doc ever stepped onto that roof. A fresh wave of anger rolled through me at that. He breaks someone's mind and just moves on, I said. People do worse for less, Harris said tiredly. Look, I'll put out feelers. Check with the harbor master. See if anyone matching his description signed onto a crew right after the burial. But I'm not going to lie to you. We'll probably never lay hands on him. He beat death once. He can beat a paper trail. 2 men, I thought again. One who used his near death as a weapon. One who took his own life because he couldn't process what he'd done or what he thought the universe had done back to him. The detective closed the folder. The sound was soft, but it felt like the end of something. So that's the story, he said. As best as we can piece it together. No ghosts, no curses. Just a chain of bad decisions, worse luck, and one kid who decided he'd rather be a living nightmare than a victim. I wanted to feel relieved, to walk out of that station lighter, knowing there was a human answer, however ugly, to the thing, that had been prowling around the edges of my nights. Instead, I felt worse. Because a dead man rising out of a grave is one thing. A story you can fold up and put on a shelf, labeled unexplained. A living man deciding to become your ghost, that was something you could never fully be rid of. Later in my car, in the station's side lot, I sat with my hands on the steering wheel, not yet turning the key. The sky had finally committed to rain. It came down steady hard enough that the wipers couldn't quite keep up when I flicked them on. For a moment, I just let it drum on the roof and windows. With my eyes closed, it didn't sound like rain. It sounded like dirt. Shovelfuls of it hitting a wooden lid. Thud, spread, thud. I opened my eyes. The windshield wipers smeared water into clear arcs. The world outside blurred the streetlights, stretching in the wet glass, like someone had pulled them sideways. My phone vibrated in the cup holder. The screen lit up with an unfamiliar message, blocked caller. I stared at it for a second. Most days I would have let it go to voicemail. That night, some combination of morbid curiosity and leftover adrenaline made me grab it and swipe to answer. "Hello," I said. No one spoke. For a heartbeat, all I heard was the rain on the car and my own breathing too loud in the small space. "Hello," I repeated sharper. "If this is a wrong number, you got it. Congratulations." Then faintly threaded through a wash of static, I heard it. A rhythmic thump, muffled, distant, like something striking wood from the far end of a tunnel. Thump, pause, thump, thump. The pattern I'd heard in the morgue, in my kitchen, on the PA. My throat closed. "Who is this?" I whispered. No answer. The static warped, rose for a second into a high, thin sound that might have been feedback or a scream stretched out and pulled away from itself until it was almost pure tone. Then the line went dead. The call log showed nothing when I checked. No incoming number, no duration, no record at all that anyone had reached out to me from anywhere. I sat there in the parked car, the rain beating on the roof, like fists on a lid phone, cold in my hand, and understood something I'd been trying hard not to see. Rational explanation, or not ghosts, aren't always about the dead. Sometimes they're about what we've already buried, and what's still trying to claw its way back up. By the time they hired his replacement, the memorial flowers by the employee entrance had already wilted twice. First, there were fresh bouquets, bright, awkward splashes of color tucked into the corner by the automatic doors. Then the petals drooped. Browned, got swept away. Someone taped up a little printed sign with his picture and a quote about serving with compassion. That curled at the edges, faded, disappeared too. Hospitals are machines built to keep moving. You can jam a wrench into the gears for a bit, but eventually the motor kicks back on. People still get sick. Cars still crash on Route 17. Old hearts still give out in second-floor bedrooms. Weeks turned into months, and the routines knit themselves back together around the missing shape of him. We had different attendings now. Some were older, some younger. A couple of brand new residents rotated through faces pale and eager hands trembling a little when they wrote their first orders. They took to the night shift, like everyone does badly at first. Then with the resigned acceptance of people who'd learned the sun doesn't care about your circadian rhythm. The lights still buzzed overhead. The AC still rattled in the vents. The vending machine still hummed in the break room, its coils turning lazily behind glass. Lewis had become a story. At first, people talked about him in low voices in corners. Did you hear how you know he'd been off for weeks? I heard he thought he was seeing things. Then the edges softened. The story shortened. Remember Dr. Allard? Someone would say months later, and the response would be a shrug, a sigh. Yeah, that was rough before the conversation slid into safer territory. Pay differentials, vacation bids, the latest administrative memo written in cheerfully threatening HR speak. Newer hires only knew him as a name on a plaque and a cautionary tale told in orientation. If you're struggling, reach out. We're a family here. I pass the cemetery every shift. The road between the hospital and the old city graveyard had become part of my personal loop, my own nightly pilgrimage. Sometimes I drove past without really seeing it, headlights sweeping across the stones like a lazy searchlight. Other times the rows of markers felt like an audience watching the hospital glow and hum through their iron fence. There was one night, a few months after the exhumation, that sticks in my mind more than the others. Not because anything dramatic happened, not in the way we usually mean anyway, just because of the way the minute-to-minute details pinned themselves to my memory like little flags. It was a Thursday, late fall. The kind of chill that seeped in under your jacket and settled between your shoulder blades. The ER was quiet. Our census was low, a handful of patients spread out across bays that usually overflowed. A kid with an asthma flare, stable on nibs. An older guy waiting on a CT. A young woman in psych holding curled up under a blanket, staring at the muted TV. The waiting room TV was looping the local news. Same 3 stories, over and over. A house fire, 2 towns over a feel-good piece about a rescued dog. The weather guy pointing at a radar map and promising rain later this week like it was a personal favor. The volume was turned down low enough that all you heard was the cadence, not the words. At the nurse's station, the analog clock ticked loudly enough that I found myself checking it just to make sure it wasn't right above my head. The second hand jerked forward, marking out each moment whether we wanted it to or not. I was restocking the supply cart when the new attending wandered up. Mid-30s, clean-cut, the kind of guy who still wore his white coat properly buttoned at 3 a.m. His badge said Dr. J. Carver. He leaned against the edge of the desk, coffee in hand gaze, drifting toward the glass doors that looked out at the side yard, and beyond it, the black line of the cemetery fence. So he said, almost casually, "What's the deal with the graveyard?" I didn't look up right away. I was in the middle of counting IV start kits, an old habit that helped me feel like the world was controllable in at least one way. "What do you mean?" I asked. "I mean," he gestured with the coffee cup, "who thought, you know what would really complete our healing environment? A field full of dead people right outside the main entrance." I gave a small, automatic smile. "We all make that joke at some point. Cheaper than oceanfront property," I said. "And the neighbors don't complain about sirens." He snorted. "Dark," he said. "I approve." For a second, the conversation hovered at that surface level. Then he glanced at me, something probing in his expression. "I heard there was a doctor here." He added, voice dropping half a step. "Before I came. Something happened. People keep clamming up when I ask." I kept my eyes on the cart. "We've had a few doctors," I said. "What did you hear? Guy who, you know, took himself out," Carver said. "Something about a sailor and that cemetery." He frowned slightly. "Every hospital has its ghost story. I'm just trying to learn ours." I could feel him watching me, waiting. There were a dozen answers I could have given him. The full version, with the coffin full of rocks and the fingernail stuck in the lid. The half-truths, with misdiagnosis and massive survivor's guilt and suicide. The easiest lie, never heard of him. I chose the sanitized file cabinet version. We had an attending, I said, finally looking up. Good doc. Long hours. A call he made went bad. Patient turned out not to be as gone as everyone thought. There was fallout. He didn't handle it well. I shrugged a small lift of one shoulder. That's the short version. Carver was quiet for a beat. In the graveyard, he asked. It's old, I said. City owns it. Hospital got built right next to it because the land was cheap and nobody else wanted to look at headstones on their way to work. Sometimes it's creepy. Most of the time it's just there. I left out the rest. The sailor, the rocks, the boot prints, the block number calls that sometimes came in the dead middle of my day when I was half asleep in my apartment and too tired to answer. What happened to the patient? Carver asked. I hesitated. Last I heard, he left town, I said. Probably somewhere warmer by now. Carver studied me for a second, like he was deciding whether to push. Then he nodded slowly. Hell of a thing, he said, making that call. He didn't have to specify which one. We both knew he meant every time someone said time of death. Yeah, I said, it is. After he walked away, I finished restocking and took the long route back to my station. It brought me past the morgue. The door was closed, a gray metal slab with a small wired glass window at eye level. The light inside was off. A red LED above the handle glowed steady, indicating the cooler seals were engaged. I stopped. I don't know why. Habit, morbid curiosity, some leftover piece of me that needed to test the air every now and then just to make sure it was still empty. I stood there for a moment, stethoscope around my neck chart in my hand, listening. All I heard was the deep, steady hum of the refrigeration units. No thumps, no dragging, no muffled knocking that could be anything but pipes. The noise resonated in my chest, a low mechanical heartbeat that didn't belong to any one body. I thought about all the lines we draw without really thinking about them. Alive, dead, treat, stop, hope, accept. How close to gone someone can look and still come back if you keep pushing. How peaceful a body can seem and still have one weak spark of electricity left in it, buried so deep you almost don't find it. We like to pretend there's some clear, bright signal we get, some flashing neon sign that says, definitively, that's it, it's over. More often it's just fingers on a wrist and a decision about how long you're willing to wait for an answer. I walked away from the morgue, and for a while, the night settled into that strange suspended quiet only hospitals and airports have. The TV in the waiting room looped through its stories. A janitor buffed the floors, the machine whirring softly as it left shiny paths in the scuffed tile. Somewhere, a monitor alarm chirped, then silenced when a nurse hit the button and adjusted a lead. Around 3 a.m, EMS called in a near drowning. 42-year-old male pulled from a pool, the radio squawked. Unknown downtime, CPR in progress. Weak pulse, maybe we're not sure. 2 minutes out. Those last 3 words reached down my spine and grabbed something cold. Weak pulse, maybe we're not sure. We prepped trauma too. Crash cart checked, suction tested, oxygen ready. Carver snapped on gloves, jaw set. I tied my hair back tighter and tried not to think about wet wood and closed spaces. They rolled him in on the stretcher water, still dripping from his hairskin, blanched and bluish at the lips. His chest rose shallowly under the oxygen mask, Or maybe that was just the bounce of the gurney. The monitor leads the paramedic had thrown on him showed something. An almost flat line with the faintest wobble. "Do we have a pulse?" Carver asked, moving to the head of the bed. "Felt one in the truck," the medic said. "Thready. Lost it once. Might be artifact." Sweat beaded under his helmet strap. You could tell he'd already counted this one as half gone in his head and was waiting to see which way the scale tipped. I stepped up to the side of the bed. The man's wrist was limp under my gloved fingers, skin cold and slick. I pressed down where the radial pulse should have been, counting silently. 1001, 1002, 1003. Nothing. For a second, just 1 second, the world narrowed to that absence. No flicker under the skin. No reassuring push of blood against bone. Just the steady beep of the heart monitor trying to make sense of noise and the echo of my own pulse thrumming in my ears. "He's gone," a treacherous voice in the back of my mind whispered. The same one that had watched the sailor roll through our doors months ago and accepted the flat line as a verdict. I almost opened my mouth. Almost said the words that would have shifted the room from fight to finish up. Then under my fingertips, so faint I thought at first it was my imagination, something moved. A single, weak thump. Then after a long, terrifying pause, another. "Wait," I said louder than I meant to. "I've got something. It's faint, but it's there." Carver's eyes snapped to mine. "You sure?" I was not sure at all. Yes, I lied, because sometimes you have to decide before you believe. "He's not gone yet." We pushed meds. We ventilated. We warmed him chest rise and fall, forced by the bag in Carver's hand. The monitor's line grew a little less flat, the dips and peaks more like a rhythm, and less like hope pretending to be one. We worked. Later I wouldn't remember how long, just that at some point, the weak thumps under my fingers became a shaky, undeniable pulse. In that moment, though standing there with my hand on his wrist and the ghost of that first faint beat answering my doubt, all I could think was, this time I heard it. This time I didn't stop listening too soon. The code started like most of them do, with a sound that didn't seem that urgent at first. Just another alarm. Another high-pitched wail from a monitor that had been chirping all night for low batteries and loose leads. We were already stretched thin that shift. A fall down the stairs. A chest pain that turned out to be panic. A drunk with a laceration who insisted on trying to climb off the bed every 5 minutes. The usual circus. I was the senior nurse on that side of the department that night. The one whose name is written on the whiteboard, under charge, circled twice, so everyone knows where to look when things go sideways. The call came over the intercom in that flat, too calm operator voice, code Blue Room 6. Code Blue Room 6. Everything inside me snapped to attention. Room 6 was an older man, late 60s, maybe early 70s, who'd come in complaining of chest pressure and shortness of breath. He'd been awake when I'd triaged him, cracking jokes about hospital gowns and asking if the TV got anything besides the home shopping channel. His EKG had looked concerning, but not catastrophic. We'd started the usual protocol labs monitoring. He'd been stable until he wasn't. When I pushed open the door, the room was already halfway transformed. The bed flattened, the headboard pulled off for access, the crash cart parked at the foot like a red metal guardian. The monitors had shifted from gentle beeps to a shrill, insistent alarm. The heart rhythm was a jagged mess. For half a second, then a flat, uncompromising line. One of the younger nurses was already on the bed, arms locked, body rocking, as she did compressions. The patient's chest rose and fell mechanically under her hands, skin, ashen eyes, half open and unseeing. 2 minutes on the clock, respiratory called out already at the head of the bedbag mask sealed over the man's face. Each squeeze sent a hiss of oxygen into his lungs, the sound harsh and rhythmic. The attending carver stood on the left side of the bed hands, flying between pushing meds and checking the monitor. Sweat beaded along his hairline, glistening under the fluorescent lights. His usually neat hair was starting to curl at the edges. Epi, and someone said. The crash cart drawers clicked open and shut, plastic slapping plastic metal, clinking faintly beneath it all. My job in that moment was everything and nothing. I checked the med doses. I watched the clock. I counted cycles in my head. I kept an eye on family hovering outside the door, a woman with a white-knuckled grip on a purse strap and eyes that didn't leave the bed. Time stretches differently in a code. Seconds stretch out, distort. A minute can feel like an hour and a half, or like 3 heartbeats. We went through the algorithm. Compressions, breaths, meds, check rhythm. Compressions again, any change. Carver called to the monitor nurse. Still asystole, she answered. Flatline, nothing. We kept going. The room was loud, the slap of hands on the chest, the hiss of oxygen through the bag, the relentless beeping of the monitor screaming about a rhythm that wasn't there. Under it, all the whir of the overhead vent, pushing stale cold air down on our shoulders. 3 rounds, the timekeeper said. We're at 18 minutes. 18 minutes of compressions. 18 minutes of oxygen and meds and electricity and hope. The man's skin had taken on that waxy gray tint that never looks right on the living. His lips were bluish. I knew his name. I'd written it on the whiteboard in the room earlier. Right then, it felt like it belonged to a file folder, not to the body on the bed. Let's check for a rhythm, Carver said. Hold compressions. Hands lifted. The room held its breath with the patient. The monitor showed a trembling line of artifact from the last movement, then settled back into a flat, stubborn horizontal. Asystole, the monitor nurse said again, her voice tight. Carver swore under his breath. He looked older in that moment, the shadows under his eyes deeper. He wiped his forehead with the back of his gloved wrist, leaving a faint smear of sweat on the plastic. Then he looked at me. You're running the room, he said, voice low, but carrying. Do you want to call it? The question landed in my chest like a weight. It's a weird little tradition in medicine, one nobody teaches you in nursing school. Technically, the attending pronounces. Their name goes on the line. But in the chaos of a code, with everyone following a script written in adrenaline and exhaustion, we share the burden. Sometimes the person holding the chart, the person who's been in there from the first beat, is the one who opens their mouth and says the words that stop hands. Time of death. The room didn't go silent, not really. The monitor still wailed. The vent still hummed. Respiratory still stood ready at the head of the bed. But there was a shift, a fractional pause, a tiny pulling back, as if every set of hands was waiting to see whether they were about to be done. I looked at the man's face. His eyes were half closed, now lashes resting against his cheeks. His mouth hung slightly open under the mask. There was no rising and falling that wasn't being forced. On the monitor, the line stared back at me indifferent. Flat. In my mind, something else overlaid the scene. Not his face. Another one. A young man with sun-reddened skin and salt-stiff hair slack on a gurney lips parted just enough for me to tape an ID band around his wrist and convince myself the warmth of his skin was residual. The sailor. I saw dirt pushing in around his body. Dark, cold. felt the echo of his fists beating against the inside of that cheap wooden lid. Thump, 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 silence. Sometimes they move, I heard myself telling Lewis months earlier. Post-mortem reflex. We live or die on small decisions, I heard him say, back in that lounge, his voice replaying like a recording. One bad judgment call at 3 a.m, and it follows you forever. My heart pounded in my ears, a roar that drowned out half the noise in the room. For a moment, all I could hear was that, and the faint remembered sound of knuckles on wood. My mouth went dry. I knew what the algorithm said. I knew what the statistics said. I knew what the clock on the wall said, second hand jerking forward in tired little jumps. We'd done the things we were supposed to do. We'd given the drugs. We'd pushed the air. We'd shocked him. Over and over, we tried to nudge his heart back into line, and it had stayed flat and unmoved. 18 minutes. 19. Do you want to call it? Carver asked again, more quietly this time. The words formed in my throat before I realized they had. Time of the monitor flickered. It was subtle, the kind of glitch you might dismiss as noise if you weren't staring at it like your soul depended on it. The flat line quivered, dipped, then popped up into a narrow spike. A blip. Then after a heartbeat, that felt like a drop in an elevator, another. Wait the monitor, Nurse said sharply. Wait, I've got something. Everyone's heads snapped toward the screen. The line once defiantly straight now showed the tentative beginnings of a rhythm. Narrow QRS complexes irregular but present. Weak but there. Sinus tak, the nurse said, disbelief warring with relief. It's a rhythm. Back on compressions, until it's stronger. Carver ordered immediately, his voice shifting from weary to wired. Let's support it. Keep going. He's not done yet. Hands that had been just about to stop slammed back down on the man's chest, picking up the tempo. The bag at his head resumed its steady hiss, delivering air in forced, insistent breaths. The room came alive again, like someone had flipped a switch and restored power. New orders. New meds. Vital signs called out in quick, clipped phrases. The woman in the hall sobbing openly, now clutching the doorframe, another nurse holding her shoulders. We worked him hard for another 10-15 minutes. There were setbacks. The rhythm sputtered, threatened to flatten, then sputtered back. Each time it did, we responded like a wave, adjusting, pushing, coaxing. Eventually, the monitor stopped flirting with zero and settled into something you could recognize as sustainable. His blood pressure bare bones at first crawled up into numbers that made the ICU team say, "We'll take him." We moved him still intubated, still heavily supported, up to a bed that would become his world for however long he had left. It wasn't one of those miraculous movie saves. He didn't wake up on the table and crack a joke. There was no triumphant music, no slow clap, just a machine-driven heart rediscovering the idea of beating one fragile contraction at a time. When it was over, when the room had been reset, the bed remade fresh linens, pulled tight over a mattress that still remembered the weight it had held, my legs felt like they'd been poured full of sand. In the staff lounge, the microwave hummed as somebody heated up leftovers that smelled faintly like garlic and regret. The fluorescent light over the sink flickered, intermittently buzzing in time with the old soda machine. I wrapped my hands around a styrofoam cup of coffee, more for the heat than anything else. The cup was light, almost insultingly insubstantial. My fingers shook against it, the flimsy foam amplifying every tremor. On the TV in the corner, some late-night show host was making jokes to a studio audience I couldn't hear, The caption scrolled across the bottom of the screen. Ladder. Applause. Cheers. I stared at my hands. For 3 full seconds in that room, standing at the foot of that bed, I had been about to speak. I had felt the shape of the words in my mouth, my tongue already forming the T of time, my lungs ready to push air through them. Time of death. That's all it would have taken. Not a lightning bolt, not a divine decree, just a sentence. As soon as it left my mouth, compressions would have stopped. The bag would have lowered. Someone would have silenced the monitor. We would have stepped back, peeled off gloves, drawn the sheet up over his face. He would have died, as far as anyone in that room, and anyone reading the record later was concerned at the exact moment I decided I was done listening for an answer. He didn't, because a fickle little blip appeared at the right second, because a rhythm stumbled back onto the screen just before I nailed his life down with a phrase, because I hesitated long enough for chance or biology, or whatever you want to call it, to speak up. That sailor had dug his way out of a coffin because everyone in his chain had been too quick to say he was beyond saving. This man made it to an ICU bed because for once, I wasn't. I lifted the cup to my mouth, took a sip. The coffee was lukewarm and bitter, but it anchored me. There's no moral here that makes anything tidy. People die on us all the time despite our best efforts. Codes fail even when we do everything right. Sometimes we keep pounding on a chest, long past the point where science says it matters because the family is watching and they need to see us try. But there in that humming lounge, my hands still shaking around a styrofoam cup, I understood something I hadn't wanted to admit. We like to pretend death is this fixed, inevitable moment, a point on a timeline that exists whether we show up for it or not. The truth is uglier. Sometimes people die exactly when we decide they do. It was one of those nights where the hospital felt like it had already gone home without us. Just after 4 a.m, the hour when the drunks have either sobered up or passed out, when the night shift has hit the far side of tired and the day shift is still a rumor in someone's alarm clock. The ER was almost empty. 2 patients tucked behind curtains, a teenager sleeping off a panic attack, a middle-aged woman waiting on labs that would probably come back unremarkable. The waiting room TV glowed to itself, playing some infomercial about kitchen knives sharp enough to cut through a shoe. Nobody watched. I sat alone at the nurse's station, surrounded by the blue light of computer monitors and the low, constant hum of the building's mechanical heart. The fluorescent lights overhead hummed like they always do, a thin, insect-like whine just above the threshold of annoyance. The clock on the wall ticked softly. Somewhere down the hall, a blood pressure machine beeped once in protest and then gave up. I was finishing charts. There's a particular kind of fatigue that settles in. When you're charting near the end of a shift, you're too wired to sleep, too tired to do anything but click boxes and try to remember which patient had the dog bite and which one had the rusty nail in their foot. The screen in front of me showed an open note. The cursor blinked in an empty box labeled time of death for a patient who'd gone upstairs hours ago to the ICU, very much still alive last time I'd checked. I'd clicked it by accident trying to scroll. The box had popped up and I'd closed it, but the field header was still there waiting. I rubbed my eyes, then my temples, then took a sip of coffee that had gone cold without telling me. The AC cycled off with a soft shudder. the vents exhaling one last breath of chilled air before falling silent. The change was subtle, but immediate. The background roar you don't notice until it's gone. In its place, a heavier quiet settled over the department. Not true silence, but the layered sounds stood out sharper. The distant elevator ding, the faint buzz of the exit sign, the soft hum of the medication fridge behind me. And underneath it all, something else. A faint, rhythmic sound. At first, I thought it was the ice machine in the break room. It has this little shuddering cough it does sometimes when the cubes drop like a smoker's laugh. Thump, pause, thump. But the ice machine is off to the left, near the vending machines. This sound was coming from the other direction, from below. I sat still listening. Thump, thump, thump. Not loud, not urgent, but steady enough that once I heard it, I couldn't unhear it. Some part of my brain started cataloging rational possibilities: boiler, plumbing, elevator machinery, the building settling. Another part of my brain, the part that remembered fingernail marks on cheap wood and boot prints leading away from a grave, ignored the list. The sound came again, a little clearer. Knocking. Like someone hitting a surface from the wrong side of it. I pushed back my chair, the casters rolling softly over the scuffed linoleum. My heart picked up speed, every beat too loud in my chest. For a moment, I considered calling security or waking up the attending dozing in the call room. Then I thought about the expression I'd get if I explained why. Hey, can you come stand in a hallway with me because I think the dead people are knocking again? Instead, I got up. The ER corridor stretched out in front of me, polished floors reflecting the overhead lights in long, broken streaks. The exit signs glowed red at either end, little islands of color in the sterile white. My shoes squeaked faintly with each step. The sound, normally comforting, grated in the quiet. As I left the pool of light around the nurse's station, the building's noises changed character. Out there, away from the constant beeping and chatter, you could hear the deeper structure, the low hum of power, the occasional clicking of metal, expanding or contracting, the distant whoosh of air, moving through ducts in parts of the hospital that never slept. The rhythmic sound came again, piloting me. Thump, thump, thump. I followed it down the main corridor and then took the turn toward the service wing. The lights were dimmer here, motion sensor fixtures slow to fully wake up as I passed underneath. Posters about hand hygiene and stroke recognition peeled slightly at the corners on the walls. The morgue sat at the end of that hallway. Same gray metal door. Same wired glass window, at eye level dark on the other side. A small digital temperature readout glowed red numbers steady. A sign above the handle read, "Authorized personnel only," in letters that never seemed to apply to me until I was already standing there. I stopped a couple of feet away, pressed my hand flat against the wall, feeling for vibration. The knocking continued, softer now, as if it had moved further away, or deeper in. Thump, thump, thump. I took the last steps to the door. The metal looked colder than the rest of the hallway, the surface catching the light in a dull matte sheen. I pressed my ear against it. The metal was cool against my skin. For a moment, I heard nothing but my own pulse surging up the side of my neck, filling the space inside my head. Then the knocking stopped. The sudden absence left my ears ringing. I held my breath, straining to catch any hint of movement beyond the door. The soft hiss of refrigeration units, the mechanical whine of fans, anything that could be turned into a rational explanation if I wanted it badly enough. Nothing. Just as I started to pull back, it came, a single louder bang, Not deafening, not enough to make me jump away from the door, but sharp, hard, like a fist slamming wood. The sound reverberated through the metal, a brief hollow echo that seemed to lodge right under my breastbone. I jerked back, heart slamming against my ribs. The hallway suddenly felt too narrow, the air too thin. Building noise, I told myself. Pipes expanding as the temperature changed, the compressor kicking on. Someone somewhere closing a heavy drawer. Or my brain, now primed and rewired by months of knocks and near deaths and exhumed graves, taking normal hospital sounds and translating them into coffin language. Ground's too full. People keep clawing back up, that psych patient had muttered months ago. Everyone had laughed it off. I reached for the morgue door handle. My hand hovered there, fingers inches away from the metal. I could open it, walk in, flick the lights on, prove to myself there was nothing but lined up drawers and the steady hum of refrigeration. Or I could find someone on the day shift to tell me I'd imagined it. Or I could do nothing. I stood there, arm extended, feeling ridiculous and scared and very, very awake. Finally, I let my hand drop. My fingers brushed my thigh, leaving a faint warmth on the scrub fabric where they passed. I told myself, out loud, to give the words weight. Everyone in there is gone. They're not suffering. There's no one left to save. The sentence didn't land the way I wanted it to. It fell flat in the hallway, bounced once, and lay there like something I'd stepped in. I turned and walked back toward the ER, my footsteps sounding too loud in my own ears. As I passed under each motion sensor light, it blinked fully awake, then dimmed slowly again behind me. For a second, in every shadow, I expected to see a figure, a young man in a t-shirt with a shipping logo, or a doctor with tired eyes, and his badge clipped too straight. But the corridor stayed empty. At the edge of the main department, the familiar buzz of machines grew louder, wrapping around me like a cheap blanket. The waiting room TV had moved on to ads for sleep aids. Someone's IV pump beeped impatiently down the hall. I was almost back at the nurse's station when the overhead PA crackled. It was the same crackle I'd heard 1,000 times static, a little burst of feedback as the system kicked on. Usually, it was followed by the soft chime and a canned voice announcing a code or a visitor or a call parked on some random extension. This time, there was no chime, just static. At first, it sounded like someone breathing too close to a phone mic, uneven, a little ragged. Then the noise rose and fell fuzz, filling the space above our heads like unseen dust. For a heartbeat, just one, I swear, I heard a voice threaded through it. So faint, I might have imagined it. So familiar, I didn't want to. Are you sure? Just that. A whisper, the same shape as Lewis's voice in my memory, the same cadence he'd used in the break room when he questioned his own decisions, my reassurances, everything. Then the static cut off. No announcement followed. The ceiling speakers went back to sleep as if nothing had happened. I sat down slowly at the nurse's station. The monitor in front of me had gone to sleep. The black screen reflected my own face, gaunt and pale, and the harsh light eyes too wide. I touched the mouse. The screen woke up, pulling my digital world back into existence. The chart I'd been working on earlier was still open. The cursor blinked in that same field, time of death. Empty, waiting. My hand hovered over the keyboard for a second. Then I clicked out of the box, saved the note, and closed it. Around me, the building hummed. The medication fridge cycled on with a soft click and low rumble. The AC kicked back to life, blowing cold air down from a vent that rattled just slightly in its frame. A monitor beeped in the distance, a lazy reminder that someone's heart was still beating somewhere. Most people would call that normal. Hospital background noise, the soundtrack of a job that hovers between crisis and boredom. But there, in the thin hours of a late-night shift, I heard something else in it too. A pattern, a question. In this place, we act like death has a timestamp, but I know better now. Most of the time, it isn't the moment they stop breathing. It's the moment we stop listening for the sound of someone trying to claw their way back. This story sits in that uncomfortable space where horror and responsibility overlap. On the surface, it's about a buried alive sailor and a doctor who unravels under the weight of one terrible mistake. But underneath, it's really about how fragile our certainties are, especially in places that pretend to deal in absolutes like hospitals and death certificates. We like to believe death is clean and binary. 1 second you're here, the next you're not. Time of death suggests a sharp line on a clock, an exact moment you can circle. This story quietly dismantles that comfort. The sailor pronounced dead, but still alive, and the drowning victim who comes back with a faint pulse force us to see how much of death is actually a judgment call made under fluorescent lights with tired eyes and shaking hands. Viewed positively, this isn't just a story about failure, it's about awareness. The narrator doesn't become some superhero who never makes mistakes. What changes is her relationship to doubt. Instead of treating uncertainty as weakness, she lets it slow her down just enough to listen. One more second, feel for one more pulse, look for one more sign that someone might still be reachable. That shift from reflex to reflection is quiet but powerful. Lewis's tragedy is that he can't find that balance. He's a rational man in a system that punishes hesitation. He makes what looks like the right call based on the information he has, and when it goes horribly wrong, his mind fills in the gaps with supernatural punishment. The sailor, instead of seeking justice through the system, uses his survival to become a living haunting. Two people hurt each other in ways they can't take back, all starting from seconds of misjudgment. Yet even here, there's something strangely human and instructive. The story doesn't ask us to hate Lewis or the sailor. It invites us to sit with both the buried man, gasping in the dark, and the doctor who can no longer trust his own senses. It asks in a very dark way for compassion toward those who make life and death decisions under impossible pressure, and for humility about how sure we think we are when we say it's over. The narrator's final realization is chilling, but also clarifying. Death in many contexts happens when we stop listening, when we stop checking, stop trying, stop believing there might still be a response. Taken outside of medicine, that idea applies to relationships, to people we write off, even to parts of ourselves. Horror becomes a lens to see how our small decisions to call it can quietly bury things that weren't entirely gone yet. Maybe the story's real call to action is simple: be slower to declare things dead, hope people possibilities, leave space for one more beat. If you were watching this as a video, I'd ask you, if you were in the narrator's place, would you have opened the morgue door that night or walked away like she did? Do you think the sailor's revenge was understandable, unforgivable, or both? Have you ever called time of death on something in your life too early, only to realize later it wasn't completely gone? Does knowing there was a rational explanation make the story less scary for you or more? After this, do you trust your own sense of the line between giving up and holding on a little more or a little less?